Morning, everyone. We're back with another episode of StockDads TV. Thank you for joining us this morning. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
All right, I'll let you take it away, man. Do your thing.
All right, thanks. Good morning, everybody. Morning, Tommy, up and Adam. No rest for the ambitious. Lyle, good morning. Peter, Darren, good morning. Make sure you say hi, guys, because I can't see your names unless you say hi. We'll give everybody a couple minutes here to get in. Hope everybody had a good night. Everybody made it through Fed unscathed, profitable, hopefully. Morning, Mr. Wilf. Good morning, our neuroscience Amanda. RC, Ethan, Lar, good morning. You know what's funny, Amanda, about you talking about neuroscience, and talking about my daughter, she's in psychology, right? But one of her first research things where you sit in with, like, on a research project with her professors, was on FOMO, was on what happens in the brain on the fear of missing out. And I'm like, man, if you ever publish all that, let me know, because I got a lot of people that would love to hear, me included, would love to hear your thoughts on FOMO. So I just thought it was funny that was one of her first projects that she worked on. It's like, yeah, definitely share that. I got some people that'd be interested. All right. Got a gold and silver. Nice, Ethan. Well, thank you, Ed. This is if I'm the high point of your day, Ed, you might want to restructure your priorities. I appreciate that, sir. You don't have Kenny Loggins and jet skis to keep you entertained in the afternoons. All right. All right. Give everybody another minute or two. Do have some interesting stuff, guys. Especially with what's going on with the FOMC. Good morning, Miss Tomika. Always a pleasure. Not even Kenny can top that morning live. Gotcha. Very good. All right. Okay, everybody, let's get started. We'll let everybody else kind of trickle in here. So starting off on news. Good morning, Omar. So yesterday we had, and I want to talk about this first. Yesterday we had FOMC, right? And there was a quarter point cut. We all knew that part. But when you look out after Powell's press conference, if you look out into the future now, right? And you look at our Fed fund futures, this is really, really interesting. Okay. Because after his after the press conference, look, we don't have any more cuts priced in until April. And even these are under 50%, right? So remember, this is Powell's swan song too. He's done in May. So we don't have anything priced in for January or anything priced in for March. So interesting, huh? So we'll see. We'll see. But I just found that, something to pay attention to. Now, does this mean the markets are going to just chill out and go sideways? Not necessarily, right? But very, very interesting, right? So we'll see, obviously, as we get into the new Fed chairman coming in, how all that's going to play out. But yeah, there's no more priced in until April. And even that's not anything to write home about, 43%. Now, obviously, we'll have data prints and all that happy horse stuff coming out between now and then, but really interesting, right? Really interesting. So it's like the market got their cut that they wanted, and now we're not pricing it anymore. So very fascinating stuff. Very fascinating stuff. Morning, I'll call you Nat because there's a Nate, so I'll call you Nat. Morning, Nat. All right. So going into this morning, all right, we've got our unemployment claims, right? Our obviously jobs data, forecasting to 220. Now, when you look at this, right, we had that 191 come in, and remember, these fudge? Yes, let's call it spade a spade. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're fudged or not. It's just how the market responds to them, right? So we're forecasting a 220, and that'd be a big pop. That'd be back up here. Okay. So regardless, we'll see how the market digest that. But remember, all these jobless data or jobs data, it all goes back to the reason that these matter so much is because it goes back to this, right? So we'll see as we get these more and more of these data points between now and January, how that's going to affect those Fed fund futures. Because like I said, this is fascinating right now. 77.9% chance of a pause. I call it 78% chance of a pause. So just fascinating. I mean, we've cut 3 times in a row. So you can see when you scooch down here, all right, we're not the leaders of the pack anymore. Okay, over here, right? You want to be a winner, but this is not necessarily the category you want to win in. Yeah, Canada left there's the same, Mr. Wealth. Yeah, like you were talking about, they're still at 2.25. So we'll see. But just fascinating stuff because obviously you guys have seen over the past time you've been with me, especially over the past year, that the market responds more than anything to those Fed fund futures, right? And if they're anticipating a cut, things get bullish. You know, if they're not, things can slow down, et cetera, et cetera. All right, so what's right in front of us today are 3 feet around us. Our unemployment claims here, 8:30, and then we're in the clear. We do have this bond auction at 101. So, you know, that'll always cause a blip. But then if you look going into tomorrow, right, just kind of free and clear, right? Nothing crazy. So we had a crazy news week, guys. 2 JOLTS reports. Our FOMC, so we've had a pretty packed news week. All right, and this is the last big one right here at 8:30. Okay. Any questions about that, or any questions about FOMC or how that whole thing works? Nat or Natak, I like it. All right. Any questions about FOMC or how that whole thing went down or going forward, or any questions about what I just talked about? Everybody kind of, does it affect us? Yeah, absolutely. Macro, it absolutely does. And, those of you like myself that have, that look a little bit longer term sometimes, it definitely affects us. But okay. All right, moving on. Let's get to it. Let's get to the stuff that you guys want to see. And I got this moved over. You guys can see my whole bedroom. There we go. Oh, well. Green door. I've tried to put that whiteboard on there. I might have to figure something out so I can put little whiteboard messages. I had a whiteboard message on there a couple weeks ago, but it was too far away. You couldn't see it. But, all right. Morning, Jalen. Okay. Everybody on? Everybody good? All right, so let's get to it. Okay, so starting off in the VIX. Now, trading view. All right, you guys have rolled over already. This happens once a month. it's not going to match up. So you're going to have to look at this specific Z. Morning, Nate. Specific Z or Z, wherever you're from, contract. Okay. So it's probably VXZ 2025, right, on TradingView. And you're going to see the same thing that I'm going to see here. Okay. If you look at the continuous, it's going to look all wonky, right? It's going to look all wonky. So on the current contract that we're watching, right, here was the range that we were stuck in. Here's I left this on here to show you typical FOMC, right? We go into these ranges. So come next FOMC, you know, as you're learning and growing through this process, you'll realize things like this absolutely normal. Don't want to expect great big moves, right? So there was the range that we were in. Now check this out. We have those, and you'll see these on the indices. This, first of all, this is VX, the VIX futures. And as Tyler pointed out yesterday, asked a very good question. These are the futures of VIX, okay? So the VIX index that you guys hear about, these are the futures of that, okay? So we don't watch VIX, we watch VX. We watch the futures of that instrument. And that's what leads the US indices, okay? So you'll, and it runs inverse, VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. All right, so those 1124 anchor, that 1124 anchor, all right? These are up at 1985. See that up there. Remember, we have already traded from this, right? We already traded from that once, right there. Okay. And then this was the next pullback. We never even made it, but look what we tapped and ripped away from overnight, right? We hit that profit target. Okay. Now, this is where it gets a little wonky, and this is normal after FOMC. So we do have that same 1120 since we hit this target, and there's no doubt about that, right? Just bam. We do have that same anchor, that 1124 anchor to our new low since we hit that profit target. But this is what's getting in the way. All right, our yesterday Fed highs to lows, or pre-Fed highs to lows. Okay, and you're going to see this on the indices as well. So little wonky on this draw, but to be expected, right, with FOMC. So this is what we're watching. And we know if this breaks, we're going to make this larger pullback up into those 1124 lows to lows. Okay. So that's what we're using as our line in the sand. So make sure I got it drawn right on there. 1742, round up to 45, because remember the VIX moves in nickels or 0.05 increments. 1745, and then we always add a tick, which is a nickel. 1750. So 1750s and below, we're still in this short. Okay, and we've got targets down here. If we break those 50s, there'll probably be pullbacks that are going to lead us up into these 1820s up here. Okay, so we can kind of use that as our line in the sand there. All right. Now, remember, this high traded at Europe and it traded during Asia. So there'd be nothing surprising about Wall Street forcing its fill up into here during regular trading hours. There'd be absolutely nothing surprising about that. Okay, so what we can watch are these overnight highs to lows. Okay, see if we get this squeeze coming back up in here. All right, but anything below those 50s and below, remember, I have to break the 50s. So 50s and below, we're still in this smaller short setup. We break those, there could be long pullbacks to lead us up into those 1820s up there. Okay, I know that was a lot, made sense in my mind. As I'm talking my way through it, but long story short, our lows on November 24th, lows to lows, that's the draw up here. What is getting in the way are yesterday's, what time is that? 930. Yesterday's 930 highs to lows right there. That's what's getting in the way of us making this larger pullback, and that could lead us down into these targets. Okay, and then there is, you'll see this on the YM. The YM is actually bang on technical with the VIX right now. And then there is these overnight highs to lows that could get in the way. And that's really close, right? This isn't very far. I mean, this is a 1710 to a 1725. So that's only a 3-tick distance right there. But we could just leave that up there to see if we get a reaction before we get this squeeze back up in there. Okay. Those 38.2s match up on different draws around 1910. You kind of lost me. 1910. You kind of lost me, Ed. 1910. 1910's up here. Are you looking at a larger time frame? Something, because you kind of lost me. Hang on. Oh, I see what you're getting at. Yeah. 38.2 is going to line up right with that 50 right there. That's probably what you're talking about right there. Yeah. I'm guessing if I'm reading your mind. But yeah, that 38 point, isn't that interesting? That 38.2 of the larger draw actually lines up with the 50 of this overnight highs to lows. Right. So if we do trade that and roll over, there's two ways you can look at it. You can look at it as we traded the 38.2 of the larger move, or you can look at it as we traded the 50 there. Yep. You complete me. Very good. All right. But yeah, that's a kind of bundle of resistance right there. All right. So don't be surprised this morning if we make a little squeeze, indices make pullbacks, and I'll show you those pullbacks in a second. And those pullback longs lead us in the direction of the fill. All right. Very good, Ed. Okay. All right. So any questions? That was a lot. I know that was a lot, but I probably made it more confusing than it has to be. Okay. Yeah, there's that 38.2 right there. Okay. So we'll probably start, I don't want to get into the F contract yet, because it's going to roll over in a weird spot. It's going to be way up there. All right. Everybody good? Like I said, if any of this is confusing, right, or you're new and you're not familiar with this, just stick with it. It starts to click in, right? It starts to click in, and your brain starts to see it, which takes a little bit of time, like anything, right? You're trying to teach your brain something. You want it to see something, and it doesn't know what you're asking it to see yet. So just repetition, you'll see it. All right. Yeah, don't encourage him, Amanda. Don't encourage Ed, please. He gets enough encouragement. Okay. All right. Any questions? Oh, right, Tamika. Oh gosh, you're pulling out everyone in that movie. I think one of the funniest scenes in that movie, one of the funniest throwaway scenes, is when he's on the camel. I don't know why this part finds me funny, but when Cuba Gooding Jr. is on the camel and they're trying to do the commercial, and the camel's making its noises and all this, and he's just flustered, and he's like, "Get me off!" He's like, "I'm a professional athlete. Get me off the camel." Yeah, that was funny. Oh gosh, so that's one of the best throwaway scenes I think of that movie. All right. Jerry, I got ants climbing up my walls. Oh God, that was funny. Okay. All right, moving on. Okay. So our financials, this is bank. These are the financials in our markets. Straight up, right? We are going straight up. Now, something we have to watch, and not that this is going to roll us over or anything, but something we have to watch is, do you guys remember not so long ago? And I'm going to pound my chest a little bit when we get to the Russells, the little baby brother that everybody ignores. Um, but not so long ago, this was back in October, and then like November 18th ish, we were talking about that this was the high of the year, right? And how far away we were, and if we changed trend, we could squeeze back to the highs of the year, and we've actually hit it. So our financials are at the highs now of 2025. Okay, so we do have to watch that up there, obviously, but nothing matters until it breaks long setups, right? Gosh, that dotted line is sneaking up on us, Tamika. The dotted line is, look how, jeez, sneaking up on us. I can't believe that. It's been a quick year. It's been an entertaining year, but been a quick year. Always, this is like the marker, right? This is like the marker that sneaks up on us. There it is. Yep, there it is. Wow. Okay, so there's that high of the year. Obviously, bank hit our highs of the year. So when our financials are rising, right, that puts a big tailwind behind the indices. Okay, it makes it hard. It makes it hard for them to go down. A lot easier to go up. Okay, same thing the opposite way. So it doesn't move. It doesn't move tick for tick. All right, just creates the environment we're in. But when you zoom into our financials here, now remember this isn't traded, so these draws are just a guide. But we are going straight up in extensions. Now we're going to go straight up in extensions of extensions of extensions. It's going. Our financials are going straight up. Okay. Remember this little extension we had that hadn't traded yet? That was from last Thursday's highs to highs. We had this drawn up yesterday, and bam, right there we go. So we've got a new one from our high on the 10th to highs, right? And that's down there. Now there's multiple different support anchors below us. We've never traded this one, right? And I say traded, I know bank doesn't trade, but there's no better word for it. We haven't come down here yet, right? We haven't traded from this anchor yet. And there's multiple different support anchors we can draw from, but this is just the next in our series. All right, so if we do break this, right, there is the possibility that we could get a little financial weakness. But it doesn't even have to make it down here, right? That's the thing about it not being traded, that it can just open and take off, right? So we just look for our intraday. We watch bank for two reasons. One is the macro, right? The major trend. And then the other is intraday, right? So intraday, if bank is lifting off, that's giving our indices a tailwind. Bank is rolling over, that's putting a headwind against them. Okay. All right. So we'll see where we open up and which direction we get moving. All right. That crazy. All right. Okay. So on to the ES. This is just fascinating. All right. This is one of those geeks me out moments. So inverse of the VIX. This isn't the geek me out moment. I'll show you the geek me out moment. Inverse of the VIX from 1124. Okay, highs to highs. That's that larger extension on the VIX, right? We hadn't traded that. We had traded the 38.2, and we tapped that right there. And that was overnight. And just, it's just fascinating to see, and I didn't see it real time, right? That's way past my bedtime. 10 o'clock. That's 10 o'clock. But just fascinating to see those orders just fire off. Those orders just sitting there, right? So we finally came down and actually traded this 50%, and now we've ripped away from it. So what we're going to watch is just this inverse of the VIX right here. Okay, that pullback, right? That pullback right there. So we've broken this short. Right now, that doesn't mean a whole lot because it's the indices, but we did trade support and break that short from highs. So this would be our next pullback. So this right here, right? This right here, all right, would be this right there. All right. But again, this is so tight right here, right? This is so tight that, you know, I almost like Ed's idea of having just using that 38. Because if this starts squeezing, right, the indices are going to fall until it finds resistance. And we don't know if that's going to be, you know, here or here. So as if the VIX, you know, there's always an if in front of everything in our markets. But if the VIX makes that squeeze, then we're going to fall until it finds resistance. Once it finds resistance and sells off, that's when the indices will bounce in the direction of the fill. So this gap fill is a little bit different today, right? Because here's our fill at 892. Okay, here's 20 points away, 872. Okay, so 862 would be 30 points away. All right, let me put that on. Okay, so 862 would be 30 points away. Now, normally, if we're outside of 30 points, we consider that a gap and go type day, that we're going to trade away from the fill. But today's a little different because say, you know, the VIX starts this squeeze, which would be 100% normal, right? What did we trade down here? Did we break the 80s? Yes, we did. Okay. So this squeeze would be 100% normal. Well, if we make this squeeze and then, you know, roll over into our next measured move, then the indices would make this pullback. Well, they might open outside of 30 points at 9:30. But the setup is leading us higher. So see how we're kind of in a weird, a little bit of a pickle? Not really in a pickle, but just in a different situation. That normally if we open outside of 30, we don't even pay attention to the gap fill. But man, that is fascinating. Look where our profit target is. Right? So we'll just have to watch. I would more than anything today, yes, the gap fills above us. Yes, we might open outside of 30 points, but let the setup guide you, right? Let the setup guide. Don't necessarily look at the 20, 30 points. You know, they're there, obviously, but let the setup guide you. Do you guys see what I'm getting at? Are you picking up what I'm putting down here? That normally if we're outside of these 30 points, we don't even pay attention. But little bit different situation today. Are you guys picking up what I'm getting at? Why am I like falling down? I'm too comfortable there. That today's just a little bit wonky. Hopefully you are. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. Because if we weren't even thinking about the gap fill at all, right? And like it wasn't there, this would be, we'd still be thinking long when we got down here, right? So we'll see, right? We'll see. That'd be a hell of a fill. A 40-point fill. Take that every day of the week, right? All right. Yeah, that's not a bad idea up here. Yeah, check that out again. A refresher. Okay. Now, if we do open within 30, and then maybe the VIX is getting front run at these nice lows there. Now, where's that 38.2? Now I'm throwing a wrench, Ed. Uh-oh. Right? Maybe we get front run there. Yeah, exactly. On a trade like that, half, I'm all good. I'll take the half every day. Right? I'll take the half every day, say thank you, and move on. right? Give me that high probability. Find me something else in the markets that has a 70% or higher probability of working out. All right, I'll take that every day. All right, if there were 3 gap fill opportunities, 3 different gap fills, I'd take all 3 of them if I could get those probabilities every time. Okay, all right, so move it. We got to get cooking here. 846. All right. So there's the ES. We're looking at these pullbacks, right? Remember, we don't have to get all the way down here. It's dependent on what the VIX does. VIX leads, right? Okay, now here's the NASDAQ. All right, it finally traded its 1124 highs to highs and ripped away from it. Isn't that just awesome? So we'll let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide, but we're going to watch the same thing, these overnight lows to highs. See if we get these bought up. All right, overnight lows to highs. Okay, but just let the VIX and the gap fill be your guide. Because if we trade that long on the ES, and you want to see people pile on, if we trade this long on the ES and we start to lift off, number one, you're going to have a bunch of people chasing this short. Okay, bear trap. Number two, you're going to have everybody and their brother thinking, holy crap, I can get this gap fill. And you'll see the pile on, right? So just keep in mind, if we make these pullbacks, they could, and they hold, you know, we could see that self-fulfilling prophecy. Okay. All right. So there's that pullback on the NASDAQ. Now, when we get to the YM and the Russells, okay, look at the YM. All right. November 24th, highs to highs, didn't quite make it, but look at the YM. That short on the VIX, that overnight lows to highs, or overnight highs to lows on the VIX. Look at the overnight lows to highs on the YM. Right, so the YM is almost tied directly to the VIX right now. It is the most technical, lined up exactly with the VIX. Right? What time was that? Let's just look. 2200. Let's see. 2200 right there. There's that short, there's that long. Isn't that crazy? So there's the YM. So we're watching these overnight lows to highs. Now, again, watch bank, right? YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank. Okay. So we'll see where bank opens up and what direction it gets moving. If it lifts off, it's taking the YM and the Russells higher. Okay. If bank does make a pullback, we're going to see a little pullback here. The YM, but the YM is the most technically lined up exactly with the VIX right now. Isn't that nuts? Okay, now star of the show. Guess who? Been saying don't ignore little brother. We've been saying this for about 6 weeks now, about a month now. If bank breaks trend, Russell's new all-time high in the history of forever. Okay. Why 1124 is an anchor? Because that's the anchor on the VIX. That's the short anchor on the VIX. And that's what we've been using, and that's what the indices are using as well. All right, if you zoom out, okay, 1124 right there, lows to lows. That's what the VIX has been using. That's what the indices are using. Yep. All right, so Russell's new all-time high in the history of forever. Pretty cool, right? Look at the Russells over 20 years. Oops, that's a 2 minute. I ain't got to help you. 20 years. All right, there we go. Pretty cool, huh? Like it. Good job, little brother. Russells gets beat up on a lot, made fun of. Good job, Russells. Okay, and why is this, you know, all kidding aside, because bank broke trend, right? We were talking about that. That when bank broke the short trend and went into longs to keep an eye on the Russells because it could take off. So here's where we are now, right? Extension, all right? Blew through targets, extension long. There, all right? So that's the extension long that we're in. All right, we're just going straight up. Straight up. So that is 1126. November 26 highs to highs now. That's the extension long that the Russells is in. And as long as bank continues, looks just like bank, doesn't it? Looks just like bank. So there's your support. Targets are up here at $25.99. Go Russells, go. All right, we can watch. This is really tight right here because bank isn't open yet, so we don't know what bank is doing. But there could be longs right there leading us higher. I'm nervous about that because I'm a sucker for the easy play. So I wouldn't look at that yet until bank opens, right? Because bank will give us some insight, right? So there's the Russells, new all-time high. Congratulations. Good call, Aaron. Good call, Aaron, saying pay attention to the Russells, right? I don't make many call outs, but that was a pretty good, no. It's just what I was trying to get across with that, everybody, all kidding aside, is when bank broke trend, right? That's when we had to start watching the Russells, right? Because that obviously is the strongest leading indicator for the Russells, and it had room to take off once bank broke those shorts, right? And it has, so way to go, Russells, right? Way to go, Russells. Yes, Russells is the star of the show. Russells, he's not star of the show much. Trust me, Russells is not star of the show much, but he got his 15 minutes. All right, real quick, any questions? VIX Bank indices. VIX Bank indices, real quick, before I cruise through these next ones. There's not a whole lot going on the others, but I want to show you. All right, everybody good? Okay, moving on. Bitcoin, there is a development on Bitcoin. That 1120 or no, 1116, what is it? 11:7 or 10:17, I think. What is it? 10:17. 10:17 lows to lows, those never broke. All right, that extension short never broke. It didn't break on spot either. So we're still in this short setup. And then what did we do overnight? Well, our next measured move long broke. That, not that. Our next measured move long, right here, broke. Okay, so could there be other support below us? Yeah, there could. But we double topped. We never broke the short, and then we broke the next long. All right, so we're watching for these shorts from highs. I'll look to add if we do get up into here. All right, I definitely want to add now, like start to really build something here. All right, so that's where we are, still in shorts, and it broke the next long, right? So we'll see this pullback here. Okay, so there's Bitcoin. All right, moving on to gold and silver. Gold going nowhere. Why is gold going nowhere? Because all money's going to damn silver, right? Okay, gold just stuck, right? Yeah, add into beat it short. Yeah, add into my short position. I'm net short. I've been net short since those kind of the 127. Whenever we broke trend up there, yeah, add into my short position. Yeah, ultimate targets are 33.5 or September 6th. That's what we're shooting for. Okay. Yeah, I'm not looking at all long on Bitcoin right now. Not for a while. Okay. All right. Okay, gold sideways, nothing has changed. Not even going to really talk about it. Nothing to do up here. All right. Now, silver, awesome. Just being amazing. The new extension that hadn't traded yet, we got it. It held and ran to a target. All right, from our highs on December 1st to highs, boom, target, same anchor, new high. Just nuts, huh? We're going to see $100 silver. We will see $100 silver. More than likely. I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but all right. We just keep trailing these up. And man, that's aggressive. Look how aggressive that is. 38.2, bam. Look at that. They're not even waiting a sniff past 38.2. Right, and we've obviously broken the shorts from highs. So targets are up here 64.15. All right. All right, so there's silver, still in these longs. Targets are up here. All right. One thing that's really helping us out is we're in dollar weakness trades now. All right. Here's DXY, not the dollar, a bunch of different currencies shoved together, makes up an index. Yes, still silver is the star. Yeah. All right, been talking about it. We were talking about this yesterday. 3 years. Yeah, been averaging into that thing for 3 years. That's somebody's retirement account right there. I guarantee it. That's somebody's retirement. All right, so DXY has now gone to and through this target. Remember, DXY is just an index, lows to lows. You're going to see the inverse of this on the euro, right? Because over 50% of DXY is made up of the euro. All right, so if this continues, that's dollar weakness. That's continuing to put a tailwind behind the precious metals and the indices right now. All right, so if you look at, not the YM, if you look at the dollar yen, oh, it just broke. Okay, that's cool. All right, so dollar yen just broke longs. That's really cool. All right, so we can start watching now to see if we can leg into this thing on these pullbacks. All right, on these pullbacks. If we continue to go straight down, dollar weakness. If we make this little pullback, that'd be dollar strength back into dollar weakness. All right, so dollar yen falling, euro straight up. Here goes that extension long on the euro. All right, from our highs December 4th, highs to highs, broke the first time, there's a new high. We don't know this is here yet. Let me get rid of this. We don't know that that extension long is there yet, right? But we can watch a trade. We can watch a trade and watch for a reaction. But all dollar weakness, all dollar weakness. Bullish precious metals, bullish for the indices. All right, bam, there's that short that broke on the British pound. Look how aggressive that is. All right, so we're gonna have to revisit the pound here. I'm gonna have to do some work on the pound because I don't have time to do it right now. I'm gonna have to do some work on the pound, but remember this keeps rising. Remember, the pound and the euro move together. So if you're watching the euro for your dollar strength and weakness, if it keeps rolling, dollar weakness. We do make this little pullback, like I said, that'd be brief dollar strength back into dollar weakness. All right, what do we got? Anything exciting? VIX, sideways, indices. Oh, good, making this pullback. So hopefully we stretch this rubber band far enough away and we can get, we can get an entry. It all depends on this little pullback right here on the VIX, or if we go straight down. So kind of in a little bit of a weird spot, but we still got plenty of time till we open. Okay, all right. Any question? No, there hasn't been, Peter. That's why when we say when you hear me say we might be getting a gift, that's what I mean, is one of those nice deep pullbacks that we can buy into before an instrument would like take off. Right? Those are the big risk reward ones. Right now, you're a paycheck trader. You trade with your head, not your heart. Just shut up and trade the chart with your heart. What is that? What are you talking to me? Trade the chart with my heart? Like, oh, it's gonna go up from here, and like trade it that way and say, oh, it's gotta go down from here. It's gotta go down from here. One of those types, right? Can't go up any further. Can't go up any further. And then it just goes to the moon, right? For all of us. Thank you. All right. Did you, Peter? Nice work. Nice work, man. Nice work. Okay. All right. Okay, everybody. I got to get off. Any last minute questions? Last minute questions. Oh, I'm on film. I gotta quit doing that crap. Little ticks. Everybody good? Everybody see the squirrel thing from yesterday that Tyler put together? If you're on Instagram, if you're not on Instagram, make sure you are on Instagram and follow StockDads TV. Tyler puts together some really good stuff. He put together the squirrel thing yesterday when I said squirrel. All right, so make sure you guys check that out. Pass that around. Pass it around. All right. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Lyle.
I'm gonna drop the link to the video in the chat, Aaron.
Okay.
So they can check it out.
Did you? Oh, you saw that cycle? Nice. All right. Very good. Check that out.
Yeah, Aaron, the other day we one of our afternoon segments, the trader couldn't make it, so I just went on to like my editing software. It was that same day that you said that, and I edited and made the meme while we were on live with a handful of people that were hanging out. So Tamika was here and stuff. Yeah, we had a good time.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, if you're ever doing that again, don't let those yahoos influence you on what they want to like make something out of me, because I'm sure they would have a heyday.
Uh, I love it. You're probably out of all the people, you're probably the one who cares the least amount about content, but you just keep giving gold. You just give gold.
All
uh,
right. All right, very good. Thanks, Tyler.
all right, thanks, Aaron. We'll talk to you this
See ya, bye.
afternoon.
Yep.
All right, everybody. Great breakdown from Aaron this morning. I think what he said on ES and the indices is very interesting. I mean, just super interesting action. We've had this area on NQ here. If you look at the hourly chart, you know, we got the rejection here, pretty good rejection, rejection here, pretty good rejection, rejection here, rejection here, rejection here. And so we closed here yesterday. It looks like, oh, maybe we'll finally get this breakout and head higher. And then overnight, 400 points sell off with a super strong bounce. And so I think the bear trap's on the table. I think the gap fill's on the table. I think it should be an interesting morning. So we'll see how things play out. We have Jordan and Adidas coming on. So you know Adidas is going to be doing his scalping. He's always super active, and we'll see what else we can find. So when we have Jordan and Adidas on it, all of us like to trade NQ, so it's a pretty NQ focused day. But yeah, we'll see how things go. So we do have a couple giveaways we're gonna do. What do we have today? We have a 50K test and a 100K test from Lucid Trader Funding. So you guys can use code StockDads at Lucid and all your favorite props. But we do have those two giveaways that we'll be doing a little bit later on today. Blackjack before open. Listen, if we do blackjack, we'll probably have to do it this afternoon. I don't know. It might hurt my heart a little bit too much blowing 50 or $100 in blackjack right before market open. I don't know if it'll be good for the mental, Sean. But hey, maybe this afternoon. I don't know. We don't have anything locked in for this afternoon. So maybe we'll have to play around with that a little bit. Maybe even a little Nintendo 64 action. I wish we could do N64 where it's like live, where you could play against somebody else. So we could set up a couple battles here. But oh, why does my I didn't transition my chart. Good enough to make it back with options. Yay! Let's see. There you go. There you go. We'll see. We're saving. We're gotta save blackjack for this afternoon. But let's see, what time is it? 9:03. All right, we're gonna step away real quick. We're gonna get Jordan and Adidas set up in the back room here. They're both normally on a little bit earlier, so I think we should be back on probably 9:15ish here. So don't go anywhere. We got live trading coming up and a couple giveaways to go along with it. So should be another great day inside of StockDads TV. Don't go anywhere. StockDad family, we're excited to announce a partnership with Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, platform restrictions, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms: NinjaTrader, Trade-of-8, Project X, Rhythmic, and more. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days a week. Payouts are Alright guys, I am back. While I'm waiting for Jordan and Adidas to hop on, I figured I'd just come back live. I'm just going through some names, marking up some charts, and just reading a few things this morning. I read about Cisco this morning, and I thought it was pretty funny. You know, a lot of times people say you can always just buy an average into a stock, and stock market always goes up or whatever. But if you look at Cisco, this is the monthly chart, and they got back to their highs, and it took them 25 years. So this was the dot-com bubble where Cisco had the huge run up dot-com bubble, sold all the way down, got down to like $9, and now here we are 25 years later, back up to the 80s. That's just pretty funny. Disney just had some news. Announcement: Disney partnering with OpenAI. Announcement came out. So it's got a spike here and kind of faded it, but it's gonna stay on watch. Basically, they are giving OpenAI the rights to over 200 characters to use within Sora. Let's see what all. So Disney's investing $1 billion in OpenAI and signing a 3-year licensing deal that lets Sora generate short videos with 200 plus Disney characters across Marvel, Pixar, Star Wars, and more. Alongside the licensing agreement, Disney will become a major customer of OpenAI, using its APIs to build new products, tools, and experiences, including for Disney Plus, and deploying ChatGPT to its employees. So you can see we got that big spike on some news there. OpenAI partnerships tend to be good for a stock, so definitely gonna keep an eye on Disney. Oracle had a big miss on earnings. Crazy drop from this crazy move it got not all that long ago. This strong move up, really harsh drop so far. And then you can see the earnings miss. So this is going to be, looks like it's going to open up somewhere around 192. So it'll be all the way down here, about almost a $40 drop from its highs yesterday. Oh, more than that. It was at 230. Yeah, so about a $40 drop from its highs yesterday. How did everybody survive FOMC? Were you make it through yesterday all right? It's cold out here today in Pennsylvania. Some crazy overnight action on NQ here. We had the rally, end of day yesterday, strong move up. With this daily chart here, we've rejected this area once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Sold into it yesterday, and then rejection here overnight. So the 5th rejection of this area. But already such a strong bounce from these lows here. So we came down all the way down to this 401 level, and this is just this little end of the day level that I have right here. You can see the 459 comes from this hourly pivot here. The 495 comes from this gap down. We gapped down from this closing red bar and then held the gap. 532 comes from this hourly pivot here. And then the 598 was the Monday pivot. We ended up holding it yesterday. We got no hourly closes below it. So That's what I'll be watching intraday today. If we can maybe get a pullback here to 25,598, that starts to get some bears trapped, and then we can maybe start to hold that level and look for the gap fill to the upside. But definitely wouldn't shock me if we do break down further and come for this overnight low. I think either are on the table today. I think I got Jordan or Adidas. I'm not sure which one in the back room, but what's up, Adidas? How you, man? I'm good. I'm good. Is Jordan joining us as well? Do you know? Okay. Just checking to see which overlay here to add you into. Alright, I got your screen. How's your week been? Yeah, it's been a solid week for sure. Yeah, it's been some interesting action, pretty range bound. And I thought FOMC might lead us out of the range, but we basically just rejected the highs of this kind of daily range we've been in again. Thought, good morning, brother. How you doing, man? Let's have a great day. I feel that.
Hey, morning, everyone. Morning, guys. Opening in 1 minute. I will be looking short if we do. I say we kind of break below this 40 area here. Let me see if we got any fibs.
All right, market open here.
All right, guys, iron shorts here. I'm going to go ahead and take this short here at 30. 20-point stop. It's a quick one. Stop is at 50 for me. Looking to see if we can get all the way down to 90 here. We got 20 points, but I need a little more than that.
There you go. Looks good. I was looking for a pullback here, so I like this as well.
Okay, guys, taking a trim here. That's 30 plus points. Took a trim here at 98. Stops at break even. Beautiful. Taking one more trim here at 89. That's a beauty.
Good stuff here. And Q's traded into the 25,598 level I'm watching, right into VWAP here as well. Keep it in.
All right, guys, we got a short draw extension here at 15, so I kind of missed that. But if we pop back up to 15, I'll take another full position. I'm still in the short. All right, guys, we got this short draw extension. I'm looking to short again, another full position. So I'm just going to be adding back my trims here. I need to pop back up to 615 though. All right, never mind. Guess we'll just ride this short now. That huge dump overnight was interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we got a huge 400-point range.
Yeah, I am surprised we're not wicking more than usual here. So
When you say wicking more than usual, what do you mean? Like a more volatility? Like
yeah, like I'm expecting. So normally on those kinds of moves, I'm expecting like huge 50, 60 point wicks up
yeah,
and down.
yeah, back and forth, kind of like a tricky shakeout
Yeah.
type of morning.
We are in this short here. That is 70 points. I'm gonna take a trim here. I'm just gonna trail the rest down. Not bad short there. We have a long draw that just we have a long draw here. I don't really trust it. I'll need to see how we kind of react at the fair value low and some other levels here. Yeah, I'm thinking we chop, but the range is going to be enough where I think we can catch a lot of good trades. I mean, we literally just caught 70 points, so.
Yeah, with the volatility overnight, that big 400-point range, I would expect less chop today than we've gotten the rest of this week. Even if we don't necessarily break out of this weekly bar, there's still a big enough range. I'm keeping an eye on MNQ longs here. I might start a small position with just a couple micros that I'd be willing to add into if it works.
If we break this short draw, yeah, I'd look into longs for sure.
I tried a couple of micros. It's pretty aggressive entry, small size, below the opening print here.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, Sebastian? Lamonco, what's up?
What
John,
up, Sebastian? Lamenko, what up, dude?
I got my the last trails on this short gonna be from 20, so I'm gonna see if we can get 100 points here. I don't think so, but we got 70 points realized on that one. We got this this short extension I'm looking at. I want to see if we break it. Hey, what's up, Joe?
RTY and the Dow both very strong. All right, like that 2 minute on NQ. My entry is 25,597. My stop's at 57.75, so 40-point stop here.
Are you in that long, or is it limit order?
I'm in the long, yeah. I took a market, but I got filled at 597.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like right. I have a level here at 598. So in right at the level, basically stop at the low of the day.
All right, so we did wick on that short draw here, so I'm still not sure what to do. Oh, guys, I'm out of that short, by the way. Sorry. I'm waiting. I'm waiting here. So it looks like we've wicked a couple times on this fib extension. Let's see if we break here. If not, I may go short here. Okay. All right, guys, I'm short 615 here, 20-point stop. I am short 615.
NQ, the only index underneath it's open. Showing a little bit of weakness comparatively.
All right, guys, there's 25. Taking a trim here. If we break 90, that's a 30-point flush. If we can get a candle close here. All right, guys, I'm moving stops to break even. I'm going to take one more trim here at 90. It looks like we might pop back up. Let's see. Beautiful. All right, guys, that's 30 plus. I missed that trim there. Let's see if we can get back down into those 70s. I'll take another trim. Oh, sorry guys. Yeah, so I try to explain ahead of time. So see here, I have this short draw extension. So I was waiting for that wick into 615. I just wanted to make sure we didn't blast above, right? So that's why I kind of wait for it to kind of wick up and then come back down.
Yeah, I mean that's tough. It's frustrating that YouTube has that little delay. Is there no delay when you trade live on Discord?
No, I don't think so. People catch it pretty
I
solid.
wonder why YouTube has the delay, man. If
I think
Discord can do it.
There's an option that you got to do. Hey guys, that's 45 points. I'm taking a trim here. I'm gonna trail this from break even. So guys, that's 100 plus points today.
Yeah, I definitely have the settings set, so it should have, no lag or as little lag as possible. Good stuff, Adidas. Good start. Real good start.
Appreciate it. It's been see, like this is what I was talking about. Like the last week we haven't had that. We haven't had kind of what I wanted. So, but I'd like for this to kind of just flush down.
Yeah, I got stopped in that push down there, so I'm flat right now. They're just gonna come get me just to bounce. ES holding is open here.
Still in this short, guys. Just waiting here. Just runners now. Risk-free trade.
Dow's up about 340 points here. NQ's down 220 points. ES down 20 points. The Russell up 16 points. I'm watching the re-enter this MNQ.
Oh, yeah, Lamenko. So fibs are you can use fibs until like literally like the 1920s. Like you could go all the way back and see how the markets trace from these fib levels and how they actually move with the Fibonacci sequence. So it's pretty interesting actually.
Interesting. Oracle very red, Nvidia red, Broadcom red, Google red, Meta red, Oracle red, Palantir red, Microsoft red. A lot of the bigger names red. Tesla red.
Beautiful. All right, guys, that is 85 points. I'm going to take one more trim. I got one more left. Yeah, that's why you...
Apple done.
I'm glad I got that. I'm glad that fib extension came up. That was just textbook right there. Guys, we have another possible... This is the second fib extension forming on this long draw. So we could potentially get back in another position at 70. Let's see. The thing is, we do have this long draw 15-minute orb as well.
Keeping an eye on Disney 112 strikes.
Ooh. There we go.
Nice short.
Guys, I'm dragging. I wonder if I... Hey, guys, I'm going to switch. I'm going to switch long here. After this 1 minute candle close. I'm going to see where we're at after this. If we break below 30, then I won't go long. So I'm waiting for this close. Don't want to break below 30 here to switch long. Let's see. All right, guys, long is void. I'm still in the short. It's almost 100 points. 200 plus for the day. Beautiful. Setting my trail to the 40s here. Trail is at 540. That's 100 plus points on this trade. Woo!
I tried some Disney 112s at 0.46. Holding up here. Wow. ES and NQ are breaking down. See if the market cannot die.
Guys, that is 130, I believe. 140. All right, guys, I'm taking it here. I'm all out. I'm going to take my profits. It's a beautiful day. It's exactly what we want. This is like just...
I feel like that's like what you've been telling me normally your days. Like you lock a good one early.
It feels so good.
Yeah.
2 in a row. And
What do you have? VIX with the strong 5-minute bar there as the indices. ES breaking down with NQ there. Lomenko said the delay is 5.62 seconds.
That's not bad.
Yeah, obviously not ideal when things are moving fast, but
Hey guys, I'm eyeing longs here. I'd like for us to test 60 first. Just want to make sure we don't break 60. I'm gonna take a stab long here. This will be my last trade for the day. All right, guys, I'm long 66 here. Long 66, 20-point stop. We going against this trend. Long 66.
I took a couple with you here.
Boom. Guys, I'm trimming here. Stops break even. Guys, that's 40-ish, 30, 35. Another risk-free trade. All right, guys, I'm getting out of this. Yeah. All right. That's quick scalp. Quick scalp. Still have this short draw here at 520. So I'll be paying attention to that. I don't think I can take this long again. It's going to be a little bit risky. Looks like it might break here. Were you able to catch that long before that pop?
Yeah, I caught a little trim there. Yeah, I just took a small little scalp, make up for a little bit of the loss I took earlier.
Yeah, this thing's gonna flush. I would love for it to get back to that fib extension.
I had like two levels, right at 460 and then right at 495. So it's like played the little bounds in between there.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
See here, NQ looking like it wants to come for its overnight lows at this point. VIX still moving higher.
Still waiting on Tradeify. They disabled my accounts for hedging because they have that automatic hedge. I guess my automations. I guess I had too many running.
Oh, okay.
I emailed them and they still haven't got back. I'm like, I need those accounts. They both had like 8 grand.
Oh, wow.
I'm hoping they do like a one-time exception, which they should.
Yeah, they seem to be like pretty solid on that stuff. If it was Apex, I'd be worried about you.
Yeah, no, Tradeify's legit. Me and Brett go way back, anyways.
Okay, cool.
I'll definitely message him if they tell me.
Yeah. Go straight to upper management.
So Chris, you said where I had the fib high to low. So the fib will automatically draw for me, but where I had it was starting from probably up here. So if you want to do it manual, probably something like this. I think like something like that. Oh wait, that's a long draw. So it's a short draw. So it'd be a low to high. a second. Who messed up with my fibs? Sorry, short draw high to low. I think it looked like it anchored from this top portion here, like around like 730-ish. And then it extended down. My fib settings are all messed up right now. Yeah, so we had that original one, and then we had multiple extensions. So this extension right here is probably like, what, the fourth extension? Anchor would start up here. Yeah, around 730 or 758. I haven't done a manual fib draw in so long. I like almost forgot how to do it. All right, guys, so let's see if this, man, do we take another short here? I think I'm done for the day. I don't think I can do any more trades.
I'm just managing the Disney long for right now. This is what I'm watching on Disney. I talked about it pre-market, but Disney had some news with OpenAI. Had this big spike pre-market that it faded, but then we got strong hourly bar, so showing a lot of relative strength compared to the market, even while NQ and ES are selling off here. So we got this little pullback rejection of the levels. We're above VWAP. I think if we can get above 113, we can take out this upper wick, and the next upper level I have is up here at 112.40. So the 112 strikes will go in the money, and then above that we have room all the way up to 114.43. So my first target is the 112.40 level. Just need to get above these two here. So.
Hey guys, I'm looking to take another short here. So I have another fib extension on this 30. So I don't want it to break 30. So I'm waiting. Don't want it to break 30 here. So I'm going to wait for this candle close. I kind of want to get in at like 25-ish. I may not be able to. Let's see here. This thing looks like it just wants to run down. Fourth extension too. All right, guys. If we don't blast past 30 here, I'm going to take a short. I missed it. Damn. Oh, I can't believe I missed that. All right, guys, I'm going short here at 24. I'm short 24, 20-point stop. This is definitely my last trade. Not trading this again. Short 24 here. My goodness. Everything's just a banger today. I took a trim there, guys. Stops break even.
Wow.
Guys, that was like 25 points instantly.
Killing it. Interesting spot here, guys. You can see this is the overnight low on the NQ here at 383. It's the lower level that held. We're down trading it again here, so we'll see if it continues to break down lower here, or if these over this area that gave us this strong bounce pre-market gives us a little bit of a double bottom or not. We'll see.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna just trail this from 20. See, I'm not sure we get any more downside. Maybe like another 50 points or so, but
Yeah, lag. 5 seconds would be tough because Adidas is in and out so quick. Like he's taking trims maybe 5 seconds, 10 seconds after entering a trade. So I don't know. I don't know what we can. I don't know if there's any way to improve it on YouTube, or if
I'll check some possible settings. But
the other thing I was gonna say is what we could potentially do. I don't know what it would be like, but the days you're on Thursdays, if we um streamed in Discord and then shared the Discord feed to YouTube.
oh yeah,
So
we could do
like
something
so
like
like the
that.
Discord members, they can watch it directly from Discord, but then we can still get it out on YouTube,
Oh yeah, that's a good
through the
idea.
Discord. We just maybe over the weekend, Adidas, if you have some time, we can kind of test it out a little bit and see what it's like for next week.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. We probably should be on Discord anyways.
Yeah. Obviously, we want to give the free value and expand by having the stream on YouTube. But I think that's a good way to do it. Where with your style, the paying members, the subscribing members in Discord aren't punished on Thursdays when you're on the stream.
Yeah,
By dealing with the lag, so they can still access it, but then we can still get it out like we'd like to on YouTube. So we'll just have to just test it how it works with like me and Zach tried doing it one day, but it was kind of like rigged on the fly the one morning that there was like I forget there was like the outage on a bunch of websites that we couldn't get on. So I tried it with Zach. Him and I just weren't able to communicate. So we just got to get it so you and I can communicate in Discord, and then it can,
Oh, okay.
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
So we just got to sort that out.
I wonder if I can just share both screens at the same time. I share on Discord and share on YouTube.
Yeah, that could work too.
Hey guys, that fib extension just broke, so I am no longer looking shorts until I get another fib that gets validated here. So I honestly kind of want to go long on a break of 65 here, but I'd be over trading. I'm like, I lost count. 4 for 4, 5 for 5. I'm done. All my accounts green.
We'll do it, Sebastian. We'll test it out. Between now and next week, and then next week we'll definitely have that good to go
definitely.
for you. Guys, you can see this lower the 40150s holding again. No new lows. We never came and took out the overnight low here. Getting a bounce. This could be an area for a decent counter trend long if.
Yeah, guys, if we I'm done with all my accounts, but I would take this trade. I'll take a long here at 57. I'm not taking this. I'm just saying I would if I had another account to take. I'd be long 57 with a 20-point stop. Another long would be at the Asia low at around 385. I would like to take. So that's it for me today. I'm not really looking at anything else.
Yeah, Lomanka, let's either we can either try it this afternoon or tomorrow morning, whatever's, since we're off stream tomorrow, we can test it tomorrow morning as well. I can shoot you a Discord message in the morning or this afternoon, whichever one's better. I know the time difference for you is probably this afternoon is probably this evening, so tomorrow morning's probably a little bit better. Would be my guess. All right, I got you.
Guys, just because it's counter trend, put your stops break even here. That's 15 points for y'all. Enjoy. I can't lose today.
All he does is win no matter what.
Got money on my mind. Money. Too. Dang. Like days like today's. This is nice.
Spaniard.
Everything works out. Guys, that's 20 plus. I mean, God, I should have taken that. I have no more accounts though.
I know. I'm mad I didn't just buy the 401 level.
Oh, I need that. So I have this market bottom indicator that I've been messing around with, and it caught this actually. It's kind of like not too bad, 40 points or so. So it essentially went long the 400s,
Mm-hmm.
and you guys can see it here. It went long on the. I'm testing it in the automation here. So this is like a market bottom. The system only goes long, so it went at 04 right here. Yeah. Look, oh man, that's kind of late actually. I need to see what's going on there. Basically, should have went long. Should have went long right here. Looks like it went long.
somebody said, or Lamenko said, "Greet Adidas. I can't recognize him," and then he said, "This is not him." And Sebastian said, "He's in the zone." Hey,
Oh,
when you can't lose, you can't lose, Lamenko. What do you want the man to say? You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. No, I'm definitely done though. I'm definitely. Okay, guys. That long, I think, had no drawdown, and we are now at 50 plus. So enjoy. I mean, when you win like 6 in a row, that's when you got to stop. Like that.
Yeah, that is hard to stop then.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm actually I'm gonna average into Disney a little bit here. The 112s are at, I get to fill it like 0.25 right now. All right, I'll send. I just saw that.
Guys, I'd get out on this long now. It's 100 points. Oh, looks like Jordan's trying to hop in.
Yeah, saw that. send him a new link. Hopefully.
I appreciate it all. I appreciate the love, guys. Just trying to make everyone money. I'm a little bit salty. My automation took a delayed long there. It's almost 30 points.
Squirrel, what up?
Hey, what's up, Squirrel? Long time,
Oh,
buddy.
sorry, wrong chat. I don't know if it's still not working for Jordan or what. Adidas Sebastian asks, do you trade your own capital or mainly prop accounts?
Yeah, I do both. So I have a live account that I trade every day. Mostly though, those are automations and more like kind of long-term swings. So for example, like what do I have right now? I have gold that I've been holding for a while. So with those, I kind of I had to a couple weeks ago. That's the only thing that's a little bit annoying when you're swinging for a long time. Like it forces you to take the profit and switch basically.
What up, Jordan?
Yeah, what's up? I'm not sure. The link originally wasn't working.
That's what, yeah, I just saw that from Callan. That's happened like one other time. I don't know why.
I caught that drop.
Yeah. Adidas caught it, was crushing the shorts. Did you catch anything?
I caught the short.
Yeah, nice.
Bro, Jordan, I'm like 6 for 6 today, bro.
6 for 6, fire.
You guys been on fire over here.
It was crazy today. Oh, guys, I apologies. I actually have to hop off. Here. Jordan, sorry, man. I believe you like this.
No worries. Well, you done for the day, Adidas?
Yeah. I don't have any more accounts to trade. Also, so I don't want to take trades that I don't want to call out trades that I'm not taking. You know what I mean?
Adidas, do you have time to answer one more question? Sebastian said, how do you manage multiple accounts with your monitors?
Okay, so I trade on a 50-inch, and it partitions it into 6 different screens, and so it snaps the screens for me.
Okay.
And so I mean I have notes for each account. So every time I go to an account, I have my sizing and everything. So all my notes, sticky notes on the bottom. Each account I go to, I just look down. I have my sizing, and I that way I don't mess up. But I trade one prop, I copy all those accounts, trade the next one. And so if I take 2 trades a day, I only trade 2 accounts, and then the next day I start on the account that I didn't trade. So it's literally just a cycle. So normally, I don't take more than 2 trades on an account normally per day.
Okay.
And I find that works, and it stops from getting greedy. It stops from. I mean, you saw me, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to take more trades. You have to stop.
Yeah. At some point, yeah, you gotta.
Yeah, the
Or
psychology.
you obviously you could keep winning, but eventually you're probably going to take a loss if you keep going. And
yeah, I mean, see the way I do it and why I don't like to use those big trade copiers that copy like all the prop firms and stuff is because it keeps me consistent. I could have 6 wins, rotate through the accounts, take a loss, and stop, and that would mean that only one account out of the 5 in the rotation, for example, are possibly red. And that's how I can maximize payouts. It's very rare that, and remember, so I do drawdown divided by 20 as my risk per trade. So I would have to, for most of the accounts, I would have to lose 20 trades in a row to blow the account.
Yeah, that's a good way to. That's a good way to do it.
All right, guys, it was a pleasure. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Hit the lockout. Sounds good, man. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah. Later, Jordan. Later, guys.
See ya. So how's your week been, Jordan? How you doing, man?
It's actually been a slow week for me. This is the today is the third trade I've taken this week. No, second. It's the second trade I've taken this whole entire week. Yesterday I was cash.
Second trade all week. Dang.
Second trade all week. Monday, I don't trade on Mondays normally. Tuesday, took a loss. I didn't like anything yesterday. New York session we were just chopping. And then I got busy with work, so I didn't catch anything for FOMC. And then today I caught the short. So 3 trades in, or 2 trades in. But yeah, I'm not sure what was going on with Ninja or whatever.
Yeah, today. Video Ninja, whatever. Well, glad we got it to work. I don't know why that's happened. Like I said, it's happened. I think one other time for Aaron. He was like clicking on the link and it wasn't letting him join, and I just sent him a new link. And I'm pretty sure it's the same link. It's just I copied and pasted it, but it's like the same one every time. So I don't know.
Yeah, I copy and pasted it, but yeah, no stress. It's always the worst when you catch a banger, but it's all.
I know, of course. Like, yeah, you caught. There's like a what was it? There's like a 250 point short that you're in.
The easiest drop. I want to see if also we kind of bounced from the low here at 390, but I want to see if we can put in a lower high.
Yeah, Sebastian, I think trading is definitely more mental than it is, because I think so many different strategies can work. I think so much of it is how you can handle the mental aspect and the discipline aspect.
At this point of control, would love for us to reject in this area.
You want to get back in shorts?
Yeah, I would take another reentry short.
Yeah.
I mean, we're still in a downtrend.
Yeah.
I mean, we just got a rally.
Yeah, the 5 minute. I mean, we're looking pretty V-shaped right now, but yeah, the 5 minutes. To be honest with you, I'm kind of leaning a little more long at this point. The VIX is making new lows on the day. ES back at opening print.
We can see. Oh yeah, where's open print today?
I don't think the gap feels quite out of the question, but we'll see.
Well, the opening print is
NQ is still below by 70 points. NQ is still 70 points below its New York Open, but ES is above. ES has basically erased its entire move down at this point. Not the overnight move down, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, this could be only be here for 10 more minutes, but we'll see. Looks like I might not get another trade.
I don't. I'm in some Disney options. I don't like how it hasn't regained any strength as the market has bounced. So keeping a close eye on those to maybe shut them down. I was talking about yesterday. I forgot to do it though. I wanted to mess with you and put like the Red Bull logo in the overlay, and be like, "All right, Jordan, you know, we got to get the Red Bull sponsorship here."
Let me know, man. Let me know.
Yo, you gotta at least, all right. If we can't get the Red Bull sponsorship, at least send me. You gotta send me a case. I'll drink Red Bull on stream.
Just send me your address. You know,
All
like
right,
maybe
I'll text it to you for sure, for sure.
Yeah, no, that's easy.
Like yeah,
Like this all the time.
do you? All right, dope.
Just tell me, just be like, yo, we have like obviously original.
Yeah.
Sugar free, red, yellow, amber, pink. Just whatever flavor you want. Just
All right, cool. Yeah,
the
I like the I forget what it's called. It's the blue one, like the darker blue one. I like the original too, but
the blueberry one is actually discontinued now.
no, I don't think it's that one. It's called something else. Like I want to say,
Sea Blue's the new one.
man, maybe that's not what it's called though. I want to say like, is it like Jamaica? It's something weird. My wife would know. She drinks it too. Juneberry. I think that maybe is it.
Okay, that's well. Like I said, just when you're done.
Let's see, I'm looking it up.
Yeah, send me the one you want.
All right.
Oh yeah, water recovery.
Yeah, Juneberry. That's yeah. That's the one.
It's for me. It's such a like interesting flavor.
Dang, they've added so many over the years. That's crazy.
Oh my god, so much different flavors. So much different flavors.
F you, Disney.
What are you in swing trade?
Yeah, I tried some. They had some OpenAI news today, and then it was really strong. It's a squirrel. Hold on, I also like Red Bull. And then so they had OpenAI news today that they were partnering with them. Sora was getting like 200 plus characters to make content with. They were adding OpenAI API features into Disney Plus, all kinds of stuff. And then it showed a lot of relative strength while the market was selling off pretty hard.
You bought into it.
And so yeah, I just bought some, which I definitely was open into holding until tomorrow, but it's now fading while the market is getting strong. So this move is crazy.
This move crazy. I feel like Disney's volume. I haven't traded options in so long, but it's always like hit or miss. Unless it has like a catalyst, like you said. But
yeah. I'm giving it just a second here, but I might close it up.
Wow. Did we get a complete recovery?
ES is making new highs on the day. YM making new highs. RTY looks like it wants to. And Q's about to hit opening print.
I got open print here at 643.
This is literally the bounce I wanted to see, and I just tried forcing it too early. And now I missed it. I wanted a bear trap that squeezed and filled the gap today. I just didn't wait long enough for the entry.
Might be it for me.
So Fed did lower interest rates as expected. Third straight time this year. SpaceX is prepping for an IPO next year.
Yeah, I saw that.
Should be interesting.
We got beat the bot today. Are we switching up?
You know what? I don't. You're available this afternoon? Because he had Cal in the Discord. I think had like to be determined.
Okay, let me know. I couldn't. I thought I put it on my calendar.
Yeah, yeah. We can do beat the bot or whatever. Either way, we can just come on and see what the afternoon action is looking like.
Just text me, keep me posted. But yeah, I mean, I already caught 100 points realized of that drop. Probably won't get anything. Hey, I mean, I guess we get back above the opening print. I could.
Yeah. I wish I took the entry. I was looking at it. We got right above VWAP like 546. Would have it had a little 2-minute pullback that presented an entry, but looks like we're gonna go fill a gap at this point. That hourly looks crazy.
Yeah, we do look. We're gonna feel like only like I do like longs. I want to see we get back above 643. Could we get like a pull back to a golden retracement fib, then rally back up to a 93? But that would probably be a little bit more price action needs to unpack. That's kind of why I'm like, I don't know if I feel like waiting for that. Because we've pretty much had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight green candles on a 5-minute. So
yep. We got the V pattern, baby. The ES hourly green hammer is crazy. The opening hour hasn't flipped green yet. We got looks like 1 minute and 10 seconds on this hourly close. Disney's seeing a little bounce here. We're still in. Disney's definitely potentially a swing until 2 tomorrow. We'll see.
What's your expiration?
I just got weekly, so yeah, it would be swinging into expiration date, which is always a little risky.
Yeah, ITMs or LTMs?
They're a little bit out of the money. I got 112 strikes. Okay. The pre-market spike that we had got to 111.94. So intraday our high is 111.30.
Okay.
So it's a little bit out of the money. We're sitting at 110.12 right now. Got an NQ right back at this 25.598 level.
See how it's stalling here?
Yeah.
Like we can see us making the next move back down. Like it wouldn't surprise me. We're in between a long and short draw right here, but curious to see if we don't get back above this. If this next candle doesn't close back above 629, curious to see what happens.
I do have VIX right at a little bit of support here. Yo, Snipe, what up, baby? How are you?
Yeah. Well, I will see you. So are we doing? Let me know we're doing beat the bot. Like I said, I have it on my calendar. I'll ask Connor when I'm done.
Yeah. Sounds good. But yeah, I'll be around. I'll text you, and but yeah, I'll probably see you at 1 o'clock. Then sounds good.
All right, cool. I'll plan to see you then.
We'll catch you later.
Peace, brother.
We got Disney held its previous day high here. Back above 110.12s at VWAP. So let's see. Break down below 109.48, and I'll probably just cut it, but crazy bouts on NQ. What's the entry? 70. I'm about trying a small size MNQ here. I tried a little MNQ at 87.50. See if we can get back above 598s here. How you doing, Snipe? How was your trading day? Did you catch any of that pre-market volatility? Huge move down followed by the crazy bounce up. Pretty much the same thing that we did intraday here. I'm hyped about the Red Bull hookup. U.S. officials encourage airports to build mini gyms. Okay. YouTube plans to launch cheaper and smaller genre-specific subscription plans next year. $5.98, so giving us some trouble here. Oh yeah. Let's go. All right, let's start putting drop your name in the chat here. We got the giveaway. We can run that. We can run a giveaway now. I'll start putting the wheel together here. Let's do it. Giveaway time. So if you're still here, I'm going to be eligible for we're going to do the 50K Lucid 50K test account. We got Kyle, we got Squirrel. Who else is still here vibing? Let me know if you're still here. We'll get you added. Mike. Yeah. All right, little bounds of VWAP here. Would like to see this hold on NQ. All right, we got 3 names. Anybody else still here? Yeah, we got a giveaway. We got a giveaway. We got 2 to go today. We got a 50K test and a 100K test. We're gonna spin for the 50K test right now. So if you're still hanging out, drop your. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to show you that, but the giveaway sheet. Omar. Drop your name, chat. Drop your name. Jose, you here? Let's see. Let's take a look. Sean, you still here? Amanda, are you here? Rob. Peter, the house jockey. I'm sailing. Harry. Shout out Harry. Harry, I took care of it. Little Dumb and Dumber action. Anybody else? Anybody else before we spin the wheel here? Hmm. 15-minute close is going to be interesting. We got a 20% chance right now. 20% chance to win. I know, 20%. We got 20%, chat. There's more than 5 people watching here. The coffee's hitting me, chat. We're going to drop your name. Or we're going to have to spin it here soon. I'm sailing away. Maybe we don't fill a gap. Maybe we just continue to freaking range here. I love it. All the people whose names have been in, they're always like, quit waiting for more names and spin the dang wheel. We'll give it another 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Drop your name. We're gonna spin the wheel at 10:45. So if you want to have a chance to win the Lucid Funding 50K test account, drop your name. You got 3 minutes. It's the final countdown. It's amazing I can't play a musical instrument because I know you guys are thinking the same thing I'm thinking. Wow, that sounded exactly like the song. I don't know. It's a skill I have. What can I say? VIX holding this. I got support on VIX at 1573. Holding it nicely here. At Cheesecake. Shout out Cheesecake. All right. Is that your Discord name, Cheesecake? I'm actually not a big cheesecake guy in terms of dessert. All right, Disney. Disney, that's what we wanted to see. Now let's head back to highs, eh? All right, guys, 2 minutes here. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Shout out Cheesecake. Discord name. I don't know what the math is here. I don't know. Maybe you got an 18% chance of winning currently. Shout out to Lucid Funding for providing us with the account giveaways. You can always use code StockDads at Lucid for the best possible discount. Their new flex plan is pretty awesome. No consistency rule once you're funded. And then their pro plan, they just upgraded the consistency rule to, I think, 30% from 20%. So they have the pro plan, which has the better consistency rule, like the higher consistency, like 30%. They have the flex plan, which has no consistency once funded. It's 50% during the eval. And then they have the direct account, which is no eval, but it has a 20% consistency. All right, I'm actually adding into my MNQ here. This is originally the area I liked for an entry better. And I'm size small enough that I can do it. All right, here we go. 10:45. We're spinning the wheel. Speak now or forever hold your peace if you want your name entered. Great odds here. Great odds. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the wheel? Oh, I didn't even realize I was on the wrong screen here. All right, whatever. We're still on. We'll just keep it here. All right, guys, let's go. Let's spin the wheel. Harry, I took care of it. Congrats to Harry. Harry, have you filled out your contact info? I've shared the link before. Shout out, Harry. Harry, have you filled out your contact information? in that link, or do you need me to share that link with you again? All right, here, I'm going to drop a link for you. Give me one sec. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat right now. Just sent. Either way is cool, no worries. Yeah, just make sure you fill it out so this contact. Yeah, if you're in Discord, with this link, I basically if you put your name, YouTube name, I share it on our giveaway sheet, and Callan will just go to the sheet that that tells him who won the giveaway, and then he'll refer to the information at this link for your contact info to get your email and stuff like that. So if you could just fill that out, that would be awesome, and Callan will email you the link for that. And then we do have another giveaway later today, the 100K Lucid test account. We'll be giving that one away. We do have Aaron coming up for the nooner. I'm going to step away here for a minute and just take a quick break, use the restroom, and then I'm going to hop back on. Looks like NQ not giving me the follow through the upside that I wanted. Good thing Adidas crushed it today. Today was not my day, that's for sure. But yeah, I'm going to step away for just a minute, take a quick break, and then we'll hop back on and watch the rest of the afternoon action and get Aaron on. And we'll do the giveaway for the 100K Lucid account. So hang out for just a bit here, and I will be right back. What's up, everybody? We're back with Aaron for the nooner. Aaron, how was your morning?
It was good. It was good.
All right, good stuff. And we will be back this afternoon with Jordan, doing a little beat the bot and trading the afternoon. So make sure you guys stick around. We're gonna do the 100K Lucid giveaway, and go ahead and take it away, Aaron.
All right, sounds good. What up, everybody? Give everybody a couple minutes here. Who do we got? Harsh. No, that's earlier. All right. Give everybody a minute or two to get in. Say hello if you're here, because I can't see you. Hope everybody had a good morning. Pretty normal day after a Fed day. Adrian, what's up, man? How are you? Pretty normal day after a Fed day, after such a monster day. All right, who else? Miss Tomika, if you're on, what's up? What's up? Dang, another high tech. Sheesh. All right. I'm starting to get low participation here. Almost Friday. Good. Are you out in Cali, Adrian? You're out in Cali, aren't you? If you are, my son's in San Diego. Couldn't remember if you were Florida or Cali. I think you're Cali. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. Give everybody. You live in San Diego? Really? Yeah, that's where my son's stationed now. Yeah, if I ever go out to visit, I'll hit you up. Miss Tomiko, what's up? What's up? Squirrel. That made you famous. What's up, Squirrel? Omar. Hello, hello. He's on base right now. He is on base right now. Yeah, he's in C school, so he's got, but that's his permanent station. But he's got 8 more months, around 8 months, 7, 8 months of school. And then, yeah, and then I assume deployed on the Pacific Fleet. I don't know which he's going to be, which part of the Pacific Fleet. We don't know any of that yet. Oh, do you really? That's cool. That's cool. Ty, who's on here too, his son's in San Diego as well. Yep. I don't know if Ty's on, but we talked just briefly yesterday. Oh, trust me, he's 19. Well, he'll be 20 in May. 20-year-old handsome young man. Yeah, trust me, he is not hating San Diego, to put it mildly. He is not. Yeah, he loves it. You get pictures all the time of the ocean, and yeah, loving life. Called me 2 days ago. It's like, God, Dad, it's kind of hot here today. I'm like, shut up. It's like ice pellets hitting the windows here. All right. Monterey, gotcha. I'll let him know. All right. I asked him if San Diego is a Navy town, and he said from what he can see, yeah, it's a pretty Navy town. Like that's a big part of San Diego. All right. Everybody good? Got everybody on? Where the hell is everybody? Okay, well, we'll get started. We'll let everybody else catch up. Okay, so did I share my screen? Yeah, I just shared my screen. Okay, so starting off on the VIX. Now, again, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. These are the futures of VIX, the index. Okay, this leads our US indices. So VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. All right, we're still, and this held overnight. Now I want to point something out. Not that. We're still in these larger short setups, right? Now, don't do that. Hang on. All right, we're still in these much, much larger short setups. And that's drawn from those lows on November 24th that we've had for a while now. Remember, we've traded from these? Traded from once right there, targets. Then this was that really shallow pullback, but then we tapped that target overnight, ripped. So if we would break this smaller series, which we eventually will, that's our next resistance level up here around this 1820-ish area. Okay, but we're going down in, Lord almighty, we're going down in from overnight or Wednesdays, call it Wednesday's highs to lows. Right, we talked about that this morning. Okay, we traded up into resistance at 10 p.m. at night. That was Asia. And then we traded up right at 3 o'clock. That was Europe. We talked this exact thing this morning. That Wall Street, it will not be surprising if Wall Street wants its fill, because Wall Street didn't get a chance for this fill. That's what I'm trying to explain. Asia got it, Europe got it, Wall Street never got it until this morning. All right, squeezed higher, Wall Street got its fill, and there we go. Okay, so now we're heading south from these just highs of the day to lows of the day, halfway back in the day. Right there. Okay, so that's the move we're in. Right there. All right, targets for that move are down here at 1650. And then we've got the larger target down here at 1620. Okay? So everything's pointing north on the indices. Right now we might chop around, but overall, everything's down on the VIX, up on bank, up on the or down on the dollar. That's the big three pointing the indices higher. Right? That's the big three pointing at indices strength. Indices are in a bid. Okay, indices are in a bid. All right. So that's what we're watching. You see the inverse of this, right? You'll see the inverse of this on the indices. So going into the afternoon, could we squeeze back up and retest? Yeah, it can do whatever it wants. But the path of, think of it this way, the path of least resistance is down, right? Don't want to pick up pennies in front of steamrollers, right? If you're trying to catch little shorts on the indices, right, you're picking up pennies in front of the steamroller. All right, better off to just stick with the trend. All right. Now, if we come up and we break and we change trend and all that happy horse stuff, and we're going to make this larger pullback, then fine. We'll trade in that direction. All right. But that's where we're sitting going into the afternoon. Okay. You can almost ignore this up here until we break, until we start breaking short setups. My nose is still running. Okay, so any questions about where the VIX is? Remember, this leads, right? This leads the indices. You'll see this long. You'll see this long right here, and you'll see that long right there. Okay, this leads. Any questions on where we are going into the afternoon? Anybody? Very bullish. All right, very bullish. Not the time to try to play top picker. Top picker's a fun game, but it's expensive. All right, is that good? Okay, moving on, financials. Wow, right? So our financials are still in longs, and they're an aggressive extension of extension longs, okay? Yeah, hoping for the gap fill. Yep, we can very well fill that gap today. Absolutely. Right? Because right now, the VIX, if you think about it, the VIX right now is sideways to down. Right? So what's that mean for the indices? Sideways to higher. Right? So if you look at it that way, you know, pretty much the side that you want to be on. Right? Okay. Now, our financials. Okay, this is bank. These are the financials in our markets. And when it's rising, that puts a tailwind behind the indices. When it's falling, that puts a headwind against the indices. It doesn't move tick for tick. It just creates the environment that the indices are in. We want to be on the right side of that environment. Look what we bounced off of. Remember us, let me try that again. Remember us talking about this morning? What this was? Right? That's our high of whatever the hell year we're in, 2025. That was the high of 2025. Right? Get over there. There we go. And we bounced right off of it. So if you zoom out a little bit here, there we go. All right, there was our high that was put in September 5th. and we bounced right off it. All right, even though bank is just an index, it's not traded, right? A lot of times it acts very technically. Okay. So we have 2 support levels below us now on our financials. Number 1 is this pullback, right? Now it's just a shallow pullback, right? Doesn't have to be exact. And then we went out and hit this target, right? This is drawn from December 10th. What is that, Wednesday? Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday highs to highs, just shallow pullback. There goes bang up to targets. So we can continue to trail from those yesterday highs to highs. But you can see right there, isn't that something? Isn't that something? It so geeks me out how the math works in a lot of this. Like I said, this isn't traded, right? And so we defended that previous high. So that's what we'll watch. If bank continues higher, right, that's still that tailwind for the indices. All right, now if it rolls over this afternoon and starts a pullback, then the indices are going to lose that tailwind they have. All right, doesn't mean the indices are going to go down. It just, like the rocket booster, comes off. Think of it that way, right? So there we go. So we got the VIX in shorts, bank in longs. Can't ask for much more than that, right? Okay, so getting to the indices. All right, so just fascinating last night, right? Just absolutely fascinating last night. So here's the ES, right? Same draw as the VIX, same inverse draw of the VIX. Down here, those 1124 highs, okay? 1124 highs to highs. We've already traded from that anchor. We traded from it here. Oops. We traded from it here. Okay? Went up and hit our target. Started our pullback. All right, same anchor, new high. Waiting on that pullback because that move is completed. Traded our 38.2, and then we hadn't touched our 50% yet. We hadn't touched our next move, and then we touched our next move and just ripped. Just fascinating, isn't it? So this is where we are now. We've got larger targets above us at 69.45, and then way larger targets up there at 71.40. So we still have targets above us. All right. So going into the day, this was that pullback that was sloppy, but this is what we say all the time, right? Indices can be sloppy because the VIX isn't. This is a really good example. So right there, 10 a.m., 9:45, 10 a.m., right there, the indices broke, or the ES broke its long. All right, 9:45, 10 a.m. Did the VIX break the short? Nope. See, this leads. Okay, so the indices can be sloppy. All right, and that's the indices liftoff. We never broke, right? Indices liftoff. Okay, right there, bang, went up, filled our half. Now we can draw just inverse of the VIX, right? Those 10 a.m. lows to highs, right there, and there's your support. All right, there's your support. Targets for this are up here at these 68.95s. Now the target for this move is right at our gap fill. All right, our gap fill is 68.92, and it's still in play. All right, 68.92 still in play. So these were the entries down here. All right, and that is 1045, and that's your 1045 right there. Okay, that was the VIX pullback right there. Bam. Indice liftoff right there. Okay, so there were your entries. So as long as the VIX stays in those short setups and doesn't break them, everything's pushing higher on the indices. We're going to fill that gap. A gap fill would be 68.91.50. Number 2 ticks away. 68.91.50, and that gap's filled. Now, not to really get too out of whack here, but we do have an unfilled gap from October 30th. I don't know if this will give it to me. See if it'll give it to me. Let's see. I don't know if you guys remember this. Down here, October, there it is. No, We filled that one. It's way up here. There it is. October 30th, right there. We have an unfilled gap up here at this 68, call it 68.28. Okay. See if I can get a line to go all the way across. All right, so if we continue up, we'll have to watch that level for some profit taking. All right, because that hasn't filled during market hours. All right, so that's above us up here. Okay, so we've got our gap at 68.92, and then this larger one unfilled up there. All right, so we'll see if we get this gap filled today. All right, we're kind of no man's land up here, right at highs right now. So what we want to see happen, right? Maybe the VIX hit this target, make a little shallow pullback, or if we start and we hit this target and we start to fall through, indices are just going to grind higher. Okay, they're just going to grind higher. We can take advantage of that. Okay. So there we are. Fascinating, huh? There was our long, lit the fuse. When you hear me say that term, we got to trade levels at certain times to light the fuse. We lit the fuse. Here we go. All right, here was Fed, so we're returning to the scene of the crime. All right, there was our 3:15 yesterday highs. 3 o'clock, 3:15. So that's our scene of the crime. That was the high of FOMC yesterday. All right, so we'll see. All right, so that's where we are. That's where we are in the ES. NASDAQ doesn't look too different. Okay, it still has those 1124 highs to highs. All right, there was the pullback this morning. All right, back into that VIX resistance. 10 o'clock, bam, here we go. All right. And here's this pullback, a little sloppy, doesn't matter. Right, a little sloppy, doesn't matter. So as long as the VIX continues to fall, bank continues to rally, NASDAQ's gonna keep grinding higher. Okay, going up, going up, going up, going up. All right, crazy. NASDAQ target 26,072. All right, 26,072. That's the target. All right, moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now these suckers are flying. Okay. Why? Because bank's being so strong. All right, the YM. Look at the YM. Look at the YM. Wait till you see the Russells. All right, so the YM, now we've gone through this target. All right, just insane. All right, 1124. Okay, highs to highs, just like the rest of them. We trade it. Now we've gone through that target. All right, so we could have a new extension, just like bank. We could have a new extension from these highs on the 5th, highs to highs. And even that's a long way away, right? We don't want to step in front of this, right? That's talking about picking up pennies in front of steamrollers. We don't want to try to catch every tiny little top. We want to look for a pullback to lift us off, right? But as long as bank continues to go sideways to higher this afternoon, the Russells and the YM are just gone. Peace out. Right, look at these guys. Since 9 o'clock, right there, straight up, not a red bar in sight. Okay, so that's what we're looking at on the YM. Right, that's what we're looking at on the YM. Now, when we move on to the Russells, remember we've been talking about the Russells for a while. New all-time highs again. Okay, so the Russells is consistently making new all-time highs now. All right, which is just awesome. Which is just awesome. If any of you guys have taken advantage of this when I started talking about it. All right. So here's our extension long. All right. On the Russells, it's drawn from November 26th. We were in extensions. Those blew through targets. So this is the new anchor, 1126. Highs to highs yesterday. All right. That was at 3 p.m. yesterday. There's our pullback this morning, rip right off of that. Target's up at 25.99. What we're going to watch for when we get to these targets, are we going through them and going into highs to highs, or are we going to make a pullback, right? And we can just continue to trail. Our markets are trending, okay, which is awesome, especially the YM and the Russells. They're trending, all right? Now, what you can watch for to keep us up there is there's a little pullback right here, and that blew through a target. So you can watch this little highs to highs right here. Right? It's still going up. So we've got this previous high, and we've got this extension right here that could keep us up there and keep us going higher. It keeps going. I'm just going to delete it now. All right. Awesome, huh? Remember, this is when we get into Hedgepalooza, right? We get into new highs. All the hedges go on, then the hedges come off, and we make new highs. So sellers at highs create these new highs. Okay. And as long as there's hedging going on, we're going to continue to make new highs. All right. So pretty awesome, guys. Pretty awesome. Okay, VIX is falling. Fill that gap yet? Almost. What do we need in 9150? 9150. All right. This is all bullish, right? This is all bullish, guys. Okay. Any questions? VIX Bank indices before we move on. Anybody? Anybody? Hopefully, guys, you're able to take advantage of some of this. All right, everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin still hasn't made this next pullback yet. All right, we're in shorts. We're in the crypto winter. Get rid of that. All right, coming off of these highs, we never broke that October 17th, I believe. Anyway, that October 17th lows to lows. Okay, that next extension we were in. Yeah, October 17th lows to lows. We never broke it. We traded within $10 of it, actually. Okay, so now we're watching for these shorts coming off of highs. Okay. Right there. And I did end up adding this morning, not a whole lot, but just a little bit. All right, so watch these shorts from highs here. Nothing saying we have to get all the way up there, right? We can just, continue to melt. All right. Target for that move is down here. It's this one, 75,323. Okay. All right. So that's what Bitcoin looks like. Pretty solid. Okay. Moving on to spot. Make sure this is right. Hang on. There we go. Excuse me. All right. There we go. Okay. Oof, look, the VIX is just falling. We're going to fill that gap here in a second. All right. So Bitcoin spot. You guys got it? Yep. Okay. I just need to make sure you guys have it. All right. So there's that long. Yeah, I sure do, Kyle. Shoot me a DM and I can get you all the info on that for sure. All right, so here's that long that broke, right? Just like the futures market. So we're watching, right, these highs to lows, right there, just like the futures markets. All right, that's what it looks like on the larger time frame. All right, you can see that extension short held. Right, targets are down here at these 75,090. Remember, ultimate targets are down here at 33.5 or September 6th, around there. Okay. All right, pretty technical so far. Pretty technical so far. We haven't had a full pullback yet. Probably will. It'd be nice if we didn't on the way down. That would be cool, but we probably will. Okay. All right, stocks. Did we fill? Yep, gap filled. There we go. Nice, Tamika. Yep, gap just filled, guys. Isn't that crazy? All right, so we'll see where we go from here. Remember, we have a bond auction at 101. All right, just be aware of that time. Probably not the best time to put on a brand new position right then, but okay. Stocks. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? What do you guys got? Anything exciting? UNH is now at 338 from your 321 entry. Nice, Omar. Awesome. Thanks, Squirrel. That is awesome, Omar. What were you in? 321 to 338. Nice. What's that? Oh, we're trying to get up there, aren't we? Nice work, man. That's a hell of an entry right there. That's a hell of an entry right there. Nice. I think were we briefly sloppy? Nope, we held it. Nice, man. Yeah, that target's up here at 350. See if it gets straight there, or you're going to have a little worker bee move in here. See, good look, man. Good look. See if we can get through this. See if we can get through that. Okay. All right, any stocks, guys? Sound. Yep, I was just looking at that this morning. That's the wrong screen. That's the right screen. Here we go. All right. This is the test for sound right here. This pullback. All right. Nothing else really matters right now except for that. All right. And that's just from that low on Friday, November 21st to this high, December 8th, right there. That pullback is what matters. All right. We hang on to this, start to lift off and get to target, then we've got an uptrend. Because right now we just don't have an uptrend yet. All right. This little guy was sloppy. Right, Fred Flintstone getting his car going. So this guy right here is the big deal. All right, now we need some NASDAQ strength because NASDAQ's been sucking, at least it did this morning for a little bit. So it's been the weakest. So that's what we're watching, Mr. Pass. That little guy right there. All right. Like to see if one of these 4-hour bars close green. All right, one of these 4-hour bars close green. All right. So that's exactly what I'm watching. I was looking at that this morning. All right. Okay. Another gap to the upside on SPX. I'm not sure what you're asking, Kyle. Yeah, don't look at SPX when you're looking at gaps. Those don't matter. All right, those don't matter. Watch the ES. Watch the ES for that. You'll get twisted around a little bit. Nate, Dow. Yeah, Dow and NVIDIA. Yep, let's take a look. Oh, that looks promising, doesn't it? My goodness, that has room. That's pretty cheap too. There's an extension short from October of 22, lows to lows. That would be your next. Yeah, that hit the target, didn't it? Yep. Boom. Target. So that's got a lot of room. Oops. Let's see if we got anything cooking yet inside of this. Are we starting here? Looks like we are. There's your range, guys. Right? There's your range. All of a sudden, there's the middle holding. All right, that's what we say. We can't predict when that's going to happen, but it did. Nice eye, Nate. Yeah, if we get to this target, right? If we get to this target, you can start trailing from that low. And as long as we stay above that 61.8, right? As long as we stay above that 61.8, There's a lot of room. Retire somebody if you catch that thing. All right. Was that $6, $7 on a $25 stock? Not bad. Nice eye, Nate. I'm sure that's what you were seeing. You can watch, obviously, inside of that to see if you get any little worker bees here. All right. A little bit sloppy. Yeah, kind of the same deal that when you get into situations like this and you've made a new high, right? You can draw from the top of that previous move to highs, because that's going to give you your extension that's going to keep you going up, right? So if that breaks, it's like, ah, crap. It's going to fall at least back down to the middle. All right, but that's what's keeping you up right now, right there. And that's from the 9th at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. All right, that's good looking, Nate. Thank you for that, sir. Writing that down. Thank you, Nate. All right. Okay. All right. Started at 23. Nice. Very nice. That's a good eye, man. That's a really good eye, dude. Really good eye. It was on that pullback, I bet, right there. I bet you lunch it was on that pullback or somewhere in here. Nice. Okay. What else do we have? NVIDIA. This thing's in trouble. All right, NVIDIA's in trouble. So NVIDIA's in shorts. All right. So coming off the extension long that it's in, right? Potential is from June 21st of 2024. Okay, highs to highs. That's right here. But we have not broken any shorts yet. That's what makes it spooky. Okay. We have not broken any shorts. So whether you draw from our highs, right, or whether you draw from that next high, regardless, probably draw from that, right? It's getting slammed, right? And now we've broken our opposing move, right? Looks like we did. Maybe it's tight. It's tight. But it's not in a good place. I'll tell you that. Okay, it's not in a good place. So what we can watch for here, all right, is coming off of these highs. What is this? Monday, halfway back in the week. All right. At minimum, you'd want to see that break. If not, we just come up, roll right back down. So NVIDIA's got some work to do. All right. Now it's getting into this mess. It's got some work to do. All right, to change trend, because right now it is in a downtrend. All right, it is in a downtrend. Okay. Now, depending on what I should say in a downtrend, but depending on I don't know what time frame you're looking at, right? Whether it's you're looking at longer term, you're looking at intraday options. I don't know, but that's where we are. Do we have room to squeeze back up here? Yes. All right, but the overall trend down. Okay, until it shows us otherwise. Okay. Right now, you're trying to catch a bottom. Right, you're trying to pick a bottom down here with absolutely in a downtrend. Okay, catching a falling knife. All right, so just be careful. Yep, there was the pullback, hit a target. There's the next one. Okay. All right, so that's what you're looking at right there. So it's got a little bit of work to do. It's got some work to do. All right, definitely has some work to do. Okay. Oh, hey, thank you, Nate. Thank you, Nate. All right, Omar, just be careful with that one. Right, if you're looking for a brand new position, right? If you're looking for a brand new position, if you're already in something, you know what you're looking for. All right, everybody good on stocks? Everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. So, excuse me. Drink water. Hang on. There's the VIX falling apart down into these profit targets. Indices are just going to keep squeezing higher, right? Okay, so gold and silver. Developments on both of them. Okay, gold, that sloppy long, okay, that was from our new contract, lows to highs, that's what held us up. Okay, and we ended up putting in, right, sloppy, all right, but now we have targets up here because we broke the short from highs. So we've got these targets up here now. But it is trying to break out of the top of this range. And gold's got plenty of major targets above us. All right. But we'll watch these previous highs here. All right. We'll definitely want to watch these previous highs. Okay. But a lot of this, pretty much all of it, is we've got the dollar is just falling apart. Okay. The US dollar is just falling apart. And I'll show you guys that in a second. Get up there. Not that one. That one. There we go. There you go. Okay. All right. Not a whole lot to go off of inside of this yet. All right. It's just straight nonsense. This is straight sideways. But now we're starting to break out of the top of this. So we'll see if these previous highs defend. If those break, unfortunately, we could fall back down to the bottom of the range. All right. There could be a long from lows in here. We just don't know that's there yet. We don't want to guess. All right. Best case scenario for gold is we stay above that previous high. Right. And that would lead us into these larger targets. And we have something more to work off of. Okay. Now, silver, excuse me, not that one. Silver, try that again. Just being incredible. Absolutely incredible, right? It's exactly what we were talking about this morning, that we had to watch this 38.2 on this pullback. Okay, we have a new extension long from December 1st, excuse me, December 1st highs to yesterday's highs. 38.2 just ripped off that, right? Just absolutely has ripped off that. All right, now we've gone through a profit target. So one of two things, just insane, right? These moves, you know, we'll see $100 silver. We will, just a matter of time. So we do have the potential, since we've gone through this target, to have another highs to highs. Now we don't know this one's here yet. All right. But that's from yesterday's highs to the highs right now. That breaks. We've got our December 1st highs to highs. All right, as our next support. All right, so word is getting out. All right, everybody's piling on now. I mean, just look at this thing, right? Silver's up over 100% now for the year. Isn't that insane? Silver's up over 100% for the year. Nuts. All right, absolutely nuts. Where did we start? January 1st. This is where we started the year. 29.91. Look at what's going on with silver this year. Just nuts. All right. 29.91 to 64. All right. So those would be our next entries or ads on silver. Okay, we watch to see if this is more of an intraday. Eventually, we'll get a big pullback. It's just, I don't know if that's going to come anytime soon. All right, so there's our draws on silver. That's what we're setting up for right there. All right, now moving on to the dollar. This has played such a big role. We were talking about this earlier, and actually last week, that the dollar is going to start playing a major role in our indices and our precious metals. So here's DXY, not the dollar. It's a bunch of different currencies put together, right? Makes up an index. So it's gone to and through this profit target. All right, so we're drawing, the next draw is from the 4th lows to lows. All right, and remember, over 50% of this is made up of the euro. So if you want true dollar strength and weakness, just watch the euro, make it easy on yourself. Okay, but this falling is all dollar weakness. All dollar weakness. Bullish for the precious metals, bullish for the indices. Okay. So when we get to the actual currencies here, here's the dollar yen. So the dollar yen, yes, there's a much larger potential long setup below us that we've bounced off of, but we broke this. This was our next measured move coming off of those lows, right? And that broke. Okay, so do we have a pullback coming? Well, we haven't really had one yet, right? Sloppy. We have that one right there. Now we're at a target. So the most aggressive we could get would be from that high to low here. And then we have our halfway back. Okay. All right. So we are in dollar weakness trades. This falling is dollar weakness most of the time. Okay. Now, if we see this going up with the euro, that's extremely bullish. All right. That's extremely bullish for the markets. That's the carry trade wind up. Okay. All right. So we'll see if we get these pullbacks. All right. Now here's the euro. Look at this thing. Right. Now there was a development, a pretty big deal on the euro. We broke out of this much larger short setup we were in. Okay. We broke out of that. All right. So here's our series right now. All right. We're in an extension long from the 4th. Get back up there. There we go. 4th to our highs today. So you can see there's a pullback right here. All right. Now this falling would be brief dollar strength back into dollar weakness. Same thing here. Brief dollar strength, and wherever it finds resistance, back to dollar weakness. Okay. But look at what the euro's done just today. Right. Since there's 2 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m., just straight up. Straight dollar weakness. That's putting such a tailwind behind, especially the precious metals. Big tailwind behind the precious metals. Okay. Now, just because I drew this, that doesn't mean it stopped going up. It could just continue to grind higher, and we'll just extend this to those new highs if that happens. Okay. All right. Now on the British pound. There's the pound. Right. Just awesome, right? Get up there. This was that extension that was sloppy. Remember we were talking about this morning? That was briefly sloppy. There's number 1, there's number 2, but the euro was holding that long. So now that we've made a new high, we're going to extend that. Okay, make a new high, you can reactivate that anchor. All right, so that's drawn from 1127 highs to highs. Yeah, 1127 highs to highs. Okay, and that'd be the pullback on the pound. Now, again, you can see we've got room for brief dollar strength back in the dollar weakness, right? And that dollar strength could hold up the precious metals, make them chill out for a little bit, back into dollar weakness, lift them back up, add the rocket booster back onto the precious metals. Okay, same thing for the indices, right? Same thing for the indices. All right, let's see. Now, if you've got the VIX doing this, indices are going to go up regardless, right? So we're coming down to this profit target, and we'll have to watch this. Doesn't mean there's going to be a big bounce, but we are coming down to the profit target of that overnight or that yesterday highs to lows that Wall Street got its fill this morning. We are coming down to that profit target. So we'll have to watch here if we get a little bounce, a little profit taking. Okay, nothing crazy with the trend, right? Just be a little profit taking off a target. Okay, down here at these 1620s. All right, and then we can just go from our overnight highs to lows. All right. Okay. And then indices filled their gap. All right. Gap has filled. That other one's way up there. We hit these targets now. All right. From that pullback this morning. That's the one that the VIX hasn't hit yet. Hasn't hit quite yet. All right. That's right here. That's the 1620s. What did we trade? 30s. We've come 2 ticks away. So we'll have to keep watching. That's the same target, right there. Okay. So we'll see. We'll see if the VIX starts to bounce off that profit target, right? Then we could make pullbacks. We can look at our lows of the day to highs of the day, halfway back on the day. If the VIX keeps falling through that target, we'll continue up here and we'll go into extension longs and extension shorts on the VIX. All right. Okay. I know a lot of that was might have been confusing, but if you're new, just stick with it. This whole thing will start to make sense. All right. But right now, guys, with bank sideways to higher, the VIX falling, we can just grind, right? We can just grind higher. If this thing stays red, we can just grind higher, right? Like I said, playing top picker right now, fun game, but expensive. Expensive bragging rights, right? People are selling every one of these little dips and then they get bought up. Okay? All right. Any questions, guys? Anything you might have missed? See, there's a perfect example of what I was just talking about. Yeah, don't be that guy. Okay. Any questions, anybody? Remember, we got that bond auction at 101, so just probably won't move us around much, but it'll cause a little blip. So probably not the best time to put on a brand new trade right at like 1 o'clock, 101. Be aware of it. All right. All right, everybody good? Everybody good? Last SDtv for me for the week. Remember, tomorrow we'll be on Warp. All right. Everybody good? Okay. You guys made it through Fed. Made it through F1C. Made it through F1C week. Well done. All right, Tyler. Oh, wait. Yeah, I want to clarify something on the gap fill and SPX. Are you not showing a partial gap fill at 69.10? No, you're misunderstanding what I mean, Kyle. The gap fill is a specific thing. The gap fill is the 4 p.m. close on the ES of the previous day. I'm not talking about like filling a gap on the chart. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about it's a specific trade that drives our entire morning, okay, and our entire day if we haven't filled it. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a gap on the chart, okay? And if you're looking at SPX, you're going to see it. You're going to see it different. The ES, this right here, leads all of that. Leads the SPY, leads SPX, and all of that. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. When I talk about the gap fill is a specific thing. It's not just a gap on the chart. And the gap fill level is just the 4 p.m. close on the ES of the previous day. It's a specific trade. And not just that, it affects our price all morning. And sometimes, like right now, like throughout the day. The reason we're dropping here, this is profit taking from the gap fill. That gap fill today was what, 68.92. That's the 4 p.m. close yesterday. It's a whole thing, right? I do whole classes on just that. Yeah. Yeah, so don't think when I say gap fill, I don't mean like a gap on the chart. I do when I'm talking about stocks, right? That's a different thing. But when we're talking here and we're talking about the ES and all that fun stuff, I'm talking about that. Yeah. Bluefin Global. Okay. All right, cool. Thanks, Kyle. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, sounds good. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Tyler. All yours, brother.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. Thanks for a solid week. We'll see you next week on Monday.
All right, sounds good. Have a great weekend, man.
You too. You too. All right, everybody. We're gonna have Jordan hopping on. We're gonna do a little beat the bot here. I'm gonna throw some charts into AI and see what it wants to trade. See what Jordan is seeing. So we'll hang out, do that. Monitor this afternoon's action. Kind of just this wide range. NQ back at the open here now after kind of consolidating wide range in between. So we'll do that this afternoon. We also have a 100K Lucid account giveaway to do. So we'll have some fun this afternoon. I'm just gonna step away real quick and get Jordan added up in on the back end here, and then we'll be right back on. So don't go anywhere. StockDad family, we're excited to announce a partnership with Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, platform restrictions, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms: NinjaTrader, Trade-of-8, Project X, Rhythmic, and more. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7. What up? What up? What up, everybody? We're back with Jordan
What's up?
with a little beat the bot trading against my chatbot here. I know we were together a little bit briefly this morning. I know you said you caught the initial move down.
Yes, sir.
Nice. I gave Ace here a screenshot and I said ready to take some NQ trades against Jordan, and it said, all right, Tyler, let's cook. Gave it a screenshot. So based on this quad screen snapshot, here's what I'm seeing right now on NQ and where I take my first swing in the Jordan versus Ace cage match. 1 minute, we just had a sharp reclaim after that little liquidity flush, and now we're pulling back after a micro lower high. Volume on the bounce was solid. Volume on the pullback is tapering. Bullish microstructure if buyers defend. 5 minute, this chart is the story right now. We pushed off the morning lows, broke structure to the upside, and now we're in a controlled pullback right into an area that previously acted as resistance. Now potential support. This is textbook higher low attempt. 50 minute, we've had a very clear reclaim off the lows. The wick rejection earlier shows buy interest, and now the candle bodies are stabilizing. Buyers are trying to form a mid-morning base. 1 hour still inside a big range. Our hourly candle is holding above the wick low, suggesting sellers failed to push continuation. Not trending yet. This is where the big rotation can come from. Leaning long first, but with a trigger. Trade day it would take long 25,628 through 25,635 on a 1 minute higher low plus bullish candle close.
Okay. I share the sentiment with the idea of longs. I think right now the market is digesting. It's kind of reminds me of yesterday. It kind of moves, for the most part, after the initial drop, kind of sideways. You look at this 15-minute chart, we got that bounce from a low at 10 o'clock. But outside of that, we kind of been moving in a range. So the question is, are we going to get a cleaner breakout? So we'll see.
Yeah, rejecting the opening print here. This pullback's starting to get a little bit more harsh here.
These Thursdays midday sessions, man, it's been slow.
Yeah, this time it is a little bit tricky. Obviously, market slows down a little bit this time of day a lot of the time.
I got open print around this 41, 43 area.
Yeah, it looks like you have 40, 41. I don't know if it's 41. Let's see, let me mark it. 41 or 43.50. I think I have it.
Yeah. Came and kind of reject. Yeah. Let's see. I want to be able to take a trade one of these days.
Yeah, this is not. I put through my. I guess I'm thinking people could see my chart, but they couldn't. This is interesting. This is right back to the 25,598. I was watching market open here.
It's setting up as if it looks to make a pop.
Sounds good, Kyle.
We're also in fair value.
I was playing I can't remember if it's this one you were on or not, but I found this free tool that you can play N64 games on your PC. I was testing it out. I was playing a little Super Smash Bros.
Let's kill some time.
Yeah, man. I was just testing it. I was like, yeah, when the market's slow, we might have to get a little Smash Bros. Again.
Smash Bros. Anything?
Problem is, I don't know if you can it'd be sick if you could do it online where we could play each other. You know what I mean? We might have to upgrade to.
There probably is a way.
I was thinking so too. I'm gonna look into it a little bit more.
There probably is a way. Nah, anything to keep you kind of sometimes distracted, so you don't make any
foolish. That's right. Yeah. A lot of trading is waiting. So so gotta try to keep it.
So what's the question? So it's looking long above.
So yeah, I'm gonna give it another screenshot here. See if it's would like any. Guys, drop your name in the chat. We'll start throwing names on the wheels. We got the 100K Lucid giveaway here.
Lucid
gave Ace here an updated screenshot. Asked if it has any updates on its thoughts here. Oh, it said Jordan might want to start stretching because this is looking spicy for a long continuation setup.
Okay. Nah,
I love how it talks shit, man.
I love it.
Got exactly what we wanted. Buyers dip, printed a higher low. Yeah, this is a little 1 minute higher low here.
First stops.
All right, so still long bias with a trigger zone of 622, 630. So we're at 620 right now. So it looks like Ace is about to trigger along here. Yeah, there's 622 right there. I think we can mark it down. Did say bullish close. We'll give it a 1 minute close here.
I'm actually look like in a long myself here into the opening print.
Yeah, you would think maybe even at this point, like we just had the rejection. If we can crack it, go get pre-market highs here up at 700. I don't think is a crazy scenario.
We kind of get a on above.
Didn't get the close into 22 there, so not quite yet. Michael, yeah, we got you in there, Mike.
Still rejecting this POC. Like the way it's trying to set up. We need a little bit more volume.
So you said only 3 trades this week. Did you go 3 for 3, or how'd your week play out altogether?
2 for 3.
2 for 3. Okay.
2 for 3. That's Sersky.
Nice.
Yeah. Tuesday I took a loss on a short. Then this one is all blur. Took today's short, made that up. Sorry, I took 2 trades this week, so I'm 1 for 2. 1 loss on Tuesday. I didn't trade yesterday, and then today's short came back, caught 100 on handle piece.
Nice. You trading tomorrow? Will you be trading inside Discord tomorrow?
I'll be trading tomorrow. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I learned from Jake, but I try to kind of trade with the mindset of it's not a hell yes, then it's kind of like a hell no for me, especially with this market. Like,
yeah. I like it. That's smart. Oh baby, we just triggered the swear jar. Oh baby, it was a $20 banger. Oh my goodness, I didn't think it was gonna happen. Let's go. This
thing just puts in a big volume candle. I kind of like this.
All right, chat, drop your names. We got the swear jar here too. Make sure you guys drop your name in the chat. Haven't gotten a 1 minute close above 622. One actually. Yeah, I would say so. All right, we're gonna trigger ChatGPT into a trade here. Stops at 585. It's got a first TP of 655, which would be about 10 points over the opening print. Second TP 675. And it's a third TP 705 if momentum kicks in. Well, and then it says, okay, let's see. When I flip bearish, same as before. If we lose 25, 585, bulls are cooked short term. The short setup becomes short retest fail, breakdown towards 25, 550, 25, 520. Nothing right now is screaming short yet.
It's looking like it wants to push.
I'm just gonna start letting A's trade for me.
I know, right? I mean, that'll probably be the vibe sooner or later.
Yeah, for real. Oh, did you start watching? The Diddy documentary that 50 Cent put out?
Good old Diddy, and I binged it.
Did you?
Weekend. It was like a thing where it's like you could not binge. It was like what, 4 episodes? So it's like
Yeah. I think there might be more coming out.
Allegedly, I heard the same thing.
Yeah, I heard that, but I started watching it last night. I got through like an episode and a half.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, so they were like touching on all like the Biggie Tupac stuff. Which I feel like is kind of that's sort of been known for a while, but like I mean, I think it's pretty hard to deny the fact that Diddy probably had him killed.
With it, right? Yeah, I think though, like you just said, right? I feel like we all kind of know that like Diddy wasn't the best person. I just think it's very interesting, like with 50 Cent. I guess my whole 2 cents is like, I hope for his sake, he's also like he's like blameless.
Yeah. Well,
you're over here making a whole series about Diddy, but I hope no one comes out with anything about you.
Yeah, if you're going this far into it, you would hope that
right?
Yeah. So I don't know, like there was Marlon, I think it's Marlon Wayans has been like yeah. He's been like defending Diddy hard, like beefing with 50, and he posted a picture of them in like a hot tub together. Apparently that was AI generated. And so I don't know. The more he like does, I'm like, I don't know, Marlon. This isn't looking so hot, bro. I don't why you defended Diddy so hard.
Yeah. I saw that. Everyone's like, yeah, why are you defending Diddy? I think again, my whole 2 cents is none of us really knows what goes on in these settings, and I think even with like all these superstars, I feel like they all do.
Yeah. When you have that type of like, you can get away with so much, especially back then, man. Without like phones everywhere and social media, like back in the 90s, that was, I'm sure, was such a different vibe. I do think it's crazy that he thought he was gonna beat the charges, so he had a film crew filming everything.
That was the thing he just didn't get.
Well, so he doesn't beat the charges, had a film crew filming everything, and then didn't pay them, which is how 50 Cent got all this footage. They bought it off him, which is crazy.
Learn from Diddy. It's like I think in life you have to learn like when to stop. I think that's the biggest takeaway. Like I can give to anyone. It's like Diddy's a prime example of like you have to know when it's time to hang it up. Meaning, like in theory, right? Oh, this long is actually looking good. I'm also eyeing longs here. We
Yeah,
keep
as
talking
long
about
as
something.
looking noise.
But in theory, right? Diddy has got during that when he the documentary, right? They showed him, I guess, the first instance when he had that party and people died.
Oh
And then he
yeah,
shot
the basketball
yeah,
game thing. Yeah. I had
shot the
never
lady.
heard that story before in my life, by the
I
way.
don't understand either. Yeah, but I guess it was a long time ago. Then he shot the lady in the face. He got away with it. Essentially, is he kept running into situations where he was in quote getting away with it. And so I think what happened with Diddy is he thought he was invincible. He thought
Mm-hmm.
that, oh, I've been getting away with this stuff because he was that it'll never catch up to me, which in hindsight ends up doing. So my whole takeaway is like, I think people like Jay-Z, Jay-Z shot his brother in the chest for stealing his chain.
What? I
But
didn't.
outside
I've never heard that either. Did they
Jay-Z shot
talk
his brother.
about it in the documentary or no? Is
Oh,
that just like a story you know?
if you just know, you know. I mean,
Okay.
it's public information, but like people
Yeah.
blood brother in the chest. I say all to say is you outside of that, but that was years ago, right? You don't really hear things about Diddy. About Jay-Z. Not because Jay-Z's perfect, but probably because Jay-Z's like, you know what? I don't need to keep testing my luck.
Yeah.
I, I think
Yeah.
he kept testing his luck to the point where he made a video last year because he thought he was gonna beat the case and then decided to still be a bad person and not pay. It's like
Yeah.
it was like, come on, you know.
That is
So
crazy.
that is like the takeaways like in life sometimes because we all make mistakes and this sometimes we do things and we kind of get away with it, but it's like, yo, don't keep flirting, don't keep pushing the envelope,
Eventually,
sometimes.
eventually karma's gonna come for you. Yeah.
Yeah. So Diddy is just getting what the whole saying, what goes around comes around. So
Yep.
yeah, the documentary was definitely interesting.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, seeing all that stuff with Suge and Biggie and it's crazy too because it makes it seem like Biggie, that whole beef, like Biggie really wanted nothing to do with. At
Mm-hmm.
least is what they make it seem like in the documentary.
Yeah. And it's also too is like I feel like watching it as well, like at least for people like us who kind of can think for themselves, is like I think to a certain point, it's also they're trying to push a narrative about Diddy as well. Not saying Diddy was perfect, but it's also just like they're not going to portray him in a good light either. Because there
Yeah.
was articles that came after the documentary where I think Biggie's estate commented that the comment that Diddy used Biggie's money to pay for the funeral. They said that wasn't true. They said that Diddy paid for it. So
Mm.
then it's like, okay, and that came from Biggie's estate. Now,
Yeah.
whoever was, deeper conversation, but
Yeah.
there's probably a little bit of what's the word? A little bit of manufactured stories in there. People that are trying to, you know, make a bad situation worse. I feel, but all in all, it doesn't excuse anything that Diddy has done. I think Diddy,
Yeah.
yeah,
You can't defend it, but no, I feel what you're saying for sure.
can defend it. So, but yeah, I think it's a story of just like you gotta just. I feel like in life can be simple. If you just do right, do well, people treat people good. Like something you gotta do. We're all human. We make mistakes, but I think if you're just a good person, generally speaking, things come back to you in good ways, even if things don't go out initially as planned. I think Diddy is just morally he has
Yeah. His moral compass is a little off.
things to figure out. But I pray
Yeah.
for his kids though, more so his daughters. I pray for his daughters. I
Yeah,
pray
for sure.
they don't have to deal with that for the rest of their life. Market, man, this opening print keeps getting rejected.
I know, bro. I know. We can't break it. We cannot break it.
I was looking at longs here, but yeah, we rejected it so far once, twice, three times, at least in 15 minutes.
Yeah, if this would break down below this 5 minute high or low, I don't know. Things could start getting a little more ugly.
Yeah. I mean, so I definitely like the long bias right now, man. But we definitely want to see. We see more volume. That's what it is right now. And not get a lot of follow through.
VIX is still kind of slowly melting down. Russell held strength nicely today. The Dow strong today too. Really, NQ is still the only index I can't get over. It's open.
It's open.
Yeah. Yeah, ES is back at all the way back near its highs, yesterday's highs. Not right at them, but getting close. Maybe we, since we talked, Diddy and whatnot, we got to dive into all the conspiracies. We team Candace Owens, or we just gonna start a conspiracy theory segment? Just bring out the tinfoil hat.
Who that? I'll let you lead it first. What
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. We could get shut down on YouTube. This is a tricky one. A tricky one for sure. We might get shadow banned just for mentioning her name.
Oh man. Yeah, I think that situation is.
Well, what a tragedy, man! Right? Like, crazy.
The world's like, and that's one thing too about like media that I'm realizing, like pivoting away from the Candace Owens things, but talking about we've all been hearing about the economy and work, and it's like, what do you really believe? And what I mean by that is like, okay, if you listen to just like general media, you hear that like the job market is terrible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I think two things can be true at the same time. I know in certain industries, right, people are being paid more than ever. And then we also know simultaneously that, let's just look at tech, companies like, Amazon, et cetera, are also laying off thousands of employees and also pledging to do more in the following years. So, but then you think about that, right? Yesterday, the Fed lowered its interest rates. So, and they'll probably lower again. So then you think about it, like that will probably end up benefiting the economy because now big tech can borrow at a lower interest rate, right? Which then increases their margins, which then allows us investors to make more as shareholders, right? Which then makes, the economy in that sense better.
Mm-hmm.
But then, I feel like if you're in that low tier, I mean, I guess it's not middle. I guess what's below.
I would say So I would say it would just be kind of maybe just like the working class that's not holding assets, right? Like you said, if you're holding assets, so if you're holding stocks or whatever, yeah, it probably will help in that sense. But and I think this is maybe where you're going with this, but if you're not holding assets, it's kind of like that working class potentially, like the devalue. I don't know. I think didn't they say they're going to print money too, which is obviously
that's the thing too, right? So it's like, again, it's like a double-edged sword because it's like depends on where you are in life.
Yeah, exactly.
So, looking at Donald Trump, him doing the $2,000 inflation thing. I mean, if you're receiving on your tax refund and you're below, working class, or even in general, if you're just an average person, that could help you, right? You're like, oh my gosh, $2,000,
yeah,
it's amazing. But then once you kind of like sit and you think about it, well, he's printing more money. So that's going to then increase inflation, which would then in long term directly go back and affect those same people that they want, that wanted it, quote unquote, because now the price of things are now increasing.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the 50-year mortgage, right? Mortgage legit. What's it in Latin? Like something about death, like signing death or something. Don't quote me on it, but look it up yourself. Mortgage means like a pretty much like it has something to do with death.
Okay.
And so when you're thinking about, okay, a 50-year mortgage, that essentially means that most people will never pay off their home.
Yep.
And I own a house, and I know firsthand. I never like went through it, but I've seen firsthand different homeowners, and just speaking with different homeowners, you can own a house, right? essentially. But if you mix, depending on your state, but if you mix a couple payments of your property tax payments,
But yeah. I know people have paid. Yeah, I know a guy who had paid off his house, but he was kind of an older guy and just like quit paying his taxes, and they came and sold his house at an auction.
auction, it's like it doesn't matter. You've been making on time payments for 30 years. You have a couple missed payments. Again, it depends on your state. Like you just said, they can come back to the house. And then it's like, well, do you really own anything?
Yeah.
If they could just come back and just take the house. So, and again, the thing would just be like, we'll just pay property taxes. But the point that I'm trying to make is like, sometimes it makes you question the idea of American dream. Like in 2026, for most people, right? And I think it's definitely a case by case basis. But is it more important to rent, or is it more beneficial for people to own a home? Again, it's like I think now is like you can really question that. It's the same thing about like college, right? Like, maybe 30, 40 years ago, college, generally speaking, was the way to go. Now it's like we're all seeing it. A lot of people are like, do I really need college? Palantir, I was reading an article the other day. I'm going a little rant while we're waiting, but
That's all right.
Palantir.
Yeah, the longs look good again, but once again, another little opening print
They
reject here.
rejected 642 again. But Palantir, they have a program now where they are saying, hey, don't worry about college. If you're qualified, we want you to work for us for an extended period of time. And it's like an internship, right? But except you don't need to go to college. And then based on how you perform, we'll hire you. So save yourself going to school. Because essentially, you go to school because you want to get a job.
Yeah.
So they're like, pretty much, we'll cut out the middleman of school. You come work for us, you excel, we train you, and then we make the final decision if we hire you or not. So again, you're seeing slowly, this whole idea of like, well, is college really the American dream? Is buying a house now the American dream? And it's always going to be a case by case basis, right? For some people, it definitely makes sense. For sure, don't get me wrong. And going to college for some people makes sense. But yeah, so all I say is like the world's an interesting place because everyone kind of really has to figure out really uniquely their situation. The generalization of just doing this one thing. I mean, we're seeing how that's not working for most.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of really good points there. In terms of like the Palantir situation, I think that's a smart thing for a company to do. One, it is way more enticing for like someone who doesn't have to then get that college debt. And as a company, like even if someone does graduate from college, most likely like you're gonna want to teach them how to do things sort of your way and the way you do things at your company anyway. So it's like there's that training curve for any new employee, whether or not they went to college. So I think that's a smart thing for a business to do. And in terms of the mortgage thing, yeah, I think I've seen some stuff on the 50-year mortgage, and you really in the long run don't save very much on your payment, but you pay so much more in interest. Like, and I know people like Grant Cardone and other real estate people who think that renting is a better move because the 25 or 30K, 40K, whatever, depending what house you buy, that you put for your down payment, like you could use that as an investment, for whatever, a rental property or a house flip or stocks or whatever, so that you could make more off of that instead of putting it into a mortgage. Guys like that I know suggest renting. So it's an interesting time. Yeah, you're right. Things are changing quickly.
Yeah, so I looked it up with ChatGPT. So I was right. Mortgage legit in Latin terms means a dead pledge. So the MORT equals dead, D like dead, and then the GAGE is an old French gauge, means pledge. So
that's
crazy. You're pledging.
Now dude, I'm over here in my house. I'm paying a mortgage on it, and you're making me feel all depressed now. No, I'm just kidding.
No, again, it's situational, but again,
yeah. No, I bought my house. I bought my house 10 years ago, and so I have like a fixed 3% interest rate, like, and I got a great deal on it, and fixed up. I've improved the equity and stuff. So yeah, no, I'm just joking around about that, but yeah, it's like the old I think who says the you'll own nothing and be happy. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like taking steps in that direction.
I mean now the only thing you technically, I guess, can own is, I mean, let me say the only thing, because I don't want to be, quoted on my deathbed with this. But one of the things popularity wise that you can own is stocks.
I thought you were gonna say crypto for some reason. I was like, oh damn, is he gonna go full crypto guy on us here?
It's stocks. You know what I'm saying? Because
yeah.
that's one thing where, again, anything can happen, of course, but generally speaking, it's like, the more shares you own of a company, the more you have more of a voice. I mean, people don't even know Elon Musk is not the founder of Tesla.
Mm-mm.
I don't think people know that.
No, I don't think he wasn't. I mean, there's a group of people that did PayPal.
He came from the PayPal mafia, or
there's like a whole group, like him, Peter Thiel, a couple other guys. Yeah.
They sold off PayPal. Then he was a shareholder in Tesla. He just obviously came in with a lot of money and influence, and as it was like strategic. It's like he came in as a shareholder with a lot of money and bought a lot of shares, and then rub elbows with the right people, and then now we know him as a CEO of Tesla. But the average person would say, if you were like, well, who's the CEO and founder of Tesla? They'd be like Elon Musk, which is not true. He's a CEO, but he's not the founder of Tesla, and no one even knows who the founder.
Yeah. It just gets lost in that, but that's a good point. Yeah, that's true. And even especially too, like the companies that pay you dividends too. Like yeah, that's a very valid point. So that's like we just made a great case for why you should be investing, why everyone should be investing.
Yeah, I think it gets to the point where it's like not like investor die, but kind of like investor die. Meaning
yeah.
But to just keep really on pace with inflation, right? At this point, you generally speaking need anywhere between 20 to 25% return of investment on your money.
Yep. Yeah, so you're not going to save your way out of the struggle, out of the ground. You're not going to save your way to prosperity in today's world with the way inflation is and things like that, right? So like it's necessary, and that, like you just said, you need to have a return on your money for sure.
You have to. Even more too, like comes into like trading as well. You're seeing, that's why I think the trading space, I mean, it's obviously blown up since 2020, but I still think it's like the start, because now it's just like, obviously the allure of being able to make money in a short amount of time. But I mean, just think about like your swing trader, you catch, let's just say in a year, I don't know, let's just say you catch 10 to 20 good swing trades. Let's say you're just a person that's a position swing trader. You don't have the time to be looking at charts too long, but you wait for really good setups.
You join StockDads TV for ticker Tinder.
You know what I'm saying? You follow Zach and the options people. It's just like, well, there you go. Because for most people, it's like that's the only thing you really need. The basic about day trading that I've learned, again, it's subjective, but you don't have to. I think the thing about day trading is people think you have to day trade every day.
Yeah. That's when you hear day trading. Yeah. Most people don't think about the swing trading and kind of like there are slower strategies, right? Like you could do spreads, you could sell options, you could do different things, and most people just get it. Look at it as like, okay, you're buying calls or puts intraday, 0 days, or future. But you could definitely do it so many different ways.
Yeah. I think that's important to realize that like you don't necessarily have to day trade every day. Maybe it's 2 times a week, but again, it's like just like me. And again, not saying you have to be like me, but you could just really like, okay, this is my heck yes setup. This is setup that I know generally speaking works. So when I see that, I'm gonna put a lot of capital on the table, and I'm only gonna focus on that setup. A lot of people are better off than, oh man, I just gotta trade every day. And then you're always at break even, you're green 1 week, you're in it next week, and you're in that vicious cycle. So yeah, man.
100%. All right, chat. We only got these 3 names here. Drop your names. We're gonna spin for the Lucid. We're gonna spin for the Lucid 100K test account here as we wrap things up. So make sure you drop your name. We did trigger the swear jar with a $20 entry. DJ's probably he's gonna get rid of that freaking $20 thing. But we're gonna do, since we're a little light towards the end of the show here, we're gonna pick a winner for this swear jar on Monday. So make sure you guys join us Monday. We'll pick the winner for the swear jar. So today, we're just gonna do the 100K. Wilf, we got some clarity on the duplicates. We're doing no duplicates within the same week, Wilson. So you won yesterday, but yeah, you could win another one next week. Just no duplicates within the same week. We got Ken, Kyle, Michael. Anybody else? We got more people than that on. Anybody else? We're gonna spin for the swear jar, $100 swear jar. We'll do that on Monday. Anybody else? Anybody else? We'll give you guys another minute if anybody wants to drop your name in the chat. You got good odds here. We got a 33.33% chance of winning the 100K Lucid Test account. We thought we had good odds earlier. I am still holding my Disney calls, by the way. Got a nice push here. We're still down a little bit with the average in, but not too bad. If we close strong, I'll look to hold those into tomorrow.
Are you still holding Disney?
Yeah. It never really broke where this area I was watching here, and it's gotten a nice little push here. So if it can close strong, I'm probably gonna swing them into tomorrow.
Okay.
What up, Squirrel? Squirrel, let's go. I'll drop your name in there. Anybody else? Anybody else? Tamika, I just was saying this to Will. Since you won yesterday, we're not doing duplicates within the same week. Okay, so come Monday, you'll be eligible to win another Lucid account. Wilf and Tamika, you guys will both be eligible for the swear jar too, but we're gonna do that on Monday. We got some more viewers on. Maybe we'll do that with Aaron since he's a fan of the swear jar. That'll be fun to do that with him. We'll do that Monday morning, maybe like halfway through the morning segment. Anybody else? Anybody else? We'll give you another minute here. We're gonna spin the wheel at 1:35 as we wrap things up for today. Adidas crushed it. He was like 6 for 6, I think, on trades. I know it was fast. We're gonna, Jordan, we were talking about this a little bit, I think, before you got on. But he said there's no delay when you guys do it on Discord, and since he was in and out of a lot like really quick, so I think what we're gonna try to do, we're gonna test it out, is doing trading live on Discord and then sharing the Discord stream to YouTube the days that you are on with Adidas. So we'll give that a little test here.
Okay. Online.
In chat, if you guys want to trade with Jordan tomorrow, he said he will be on. If you're part of the StockDads Discord, you can have access to the full StockDads team inside of the Discord. We give you guys, a taste, a little bit of what you can get from everybody on StockDads TV here live for free. That NQ opening print is built like a brick shithouse.
Oh my god!
We just can't break it. We can't break it. All right, guys. Well, we got you guys got a 25% chance here. Kyle Sykes, Mike Phrygia, Mike Phrygia, Ken, and Squirrel. Speak now if ever hold your peace. Looks like it's got to break here, right, Jordan? This opening print's got to break, right?
I mean, it's testing it right now. That's what I'm kind of still trying to see. Like, what are you going to do right here?
Yeah, the chat bot's still in its longs. We haven't hit its PT or its stop yet. All right, guys, we're gonna spin. Here we go. Squirrel. Let's go. Squirrel. Shout out Squirrel. Let's go. You wanted 685. Heck yeah, man. All right, Squirrel, 100K Lucid account. I don't know if I pinned the chat earlier. You're in the Discord, Squirrel, so I'd imagine they probably have your contact info. I'm going to pin it right now. I just pinned the to the top of the chat, Squirrel. I pinned a link. So make sure your contact information has been filled out in there so Kellen has your email so he can email you the coupon code. But that's gonna wrap up this week for StockDads TV. As looks like the first profit target from the chatbot getting hit here at 55. Boom, there it is. Let's go. All right. Ace continues its winning streak. Shout out Ace, the chatbot. It's a better trader than me. But all right, guys, thanks, Jordan. Thanks for hanging out this afternoon, man. And sorry we had the issues with the link earlier today, but we'll see you next week. So have a good weekend, have a good Friday, and I'll send you over the address and the Red Bull request, bro. I appreciate it. But thanks, dog. Thanks, man, and thanks everybody. Chat. Thanks for watching. We love all you guys. Peace out, everybody. We'll see you guys on Monday.
Peace.